Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to our Foxhole Fridays with the penultimate episode of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. It is lovely to see all of your wonderful faces there in the chat. Sometimes there are lovely and wonderful things that happen in space. And what happens in space, I suppose, stays in space unless you then land on a planet and then people ask you questions about what you did while you were away and how the ship is doing while you were separated.
Who would do that?
I don't know who would do that. Nobody would do that, I'm sure.
No. Then we just say what happens in space stays in space, and that's fine. That's it. That's the end of the combo right there. Yep. Aw.
Sure. So anyway, I am happy to be here with everybody. Thank you all for being here to start off with our top of the morning stuff for you. Don't take me Lucky Charms. Ooh. But if you want to support us, don't take our Lucky Charms, but do retweet or retwat, reskeet or do all that business that we are here and live. Tell your friends. Be here. Thank you for watching us either live or on Memorex, which is the YouTube. And leaving the comments and the likes. And I do have comments. I forgot to read them last time because I distracted myself, but I will not forget this time because Cord will remind me. And
that's right. I took my meds.
And yeah,
I'm ready.
That's
right.
Let me see.
What am I reminding you of?
That I have to read out the YouTube messages because I think especially you will like them.
All right.
No, I think Severance will like them the most if he gets access to them, and there won't be any consequences later. So
never.
Yes, so you can also, if you like, besides retweeting, you can join us on our Discord and hang out with us and chat with us there. You can give tips or bits. If you do, I will read out the tips and bits messages at the end. We have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, which supports this cast and crew. Also, we have a special sponsorship tier, which is $200, which will pay for 4 cast members for 1 week. If you do that, you get a special space in our credits, a special shout out, and also a radio ad that will play during our break. And we have there's only 4 slots limited, and one of our current sponsors, our current sponsor is Will and TW, who also takes notes for us, without whom I would die. And I feel like
unrelated.
We also but
true.
Yeah. We also have a merch store, which you can get at Fourth Wall at Academic Foxhole. We have a link for that with some really cool merch. I really wanted to make a new merch, but I'm not inspired yet. I know the things that I want, but at the moment I'm not inspired. And I'm just waiting for the right moment for the thing. Like I want a thing. I see it in my mind. I'm just not inspired yet. But once I am, I'll let you know. I think that is all of our
We get to read the YouTube comments.
Yes, I was going to just not.
I saw some of them. You don't have to. It's fine.
I think maybe I do have to, actually.
No. Well, to be fair, it's Cord hearing them, not Severance, so go ahead.
What does that mean?
Well, you'll find out.
All right.
So, I would like to read this first comment from sort of a new commenter, Malamber9823. From 2 Ships in the Night, this is from the week before, who says, I love the chaos. This is the only series I follow that I can sit and watch the whole episode through. I tried to pause and do other stuff and come back. Not with the Gamblers. I would love for the crew to finally get the Gambler fully repaired. Wonder what would happen if they come across an old ship graveyard from either Drinax or Sendal. There is a ship graveyard over there outside of Thebes. So they could probably spend some time doing that, but I imagine other people spend time hanging out in ships' graveyards. Maybe bad people. Maybe pirates.
Oh, good. Let's have a conversation with them. And then take all of the things off of their ship, because that was really useful last time.
Yeah. And I can't wait for you to talk to the king about that.
What? Oops. Wait, what was the bad part?
No,
don't worry about it. So,
Okay, because I've already written a monologue about this, so it may be in there.
we also got 2 comments from the last session, which was called Space Sickness for no reason.
No reason.
No reason. It's fine.
It's totally, don't worry
Everything's-
about it.
Everyone's
so
fine.
good.
Everything's good.
Nobody vomited a
At
lot.
all. For the
Or
entire
cried.
time.
Nobody
It's
vomited
fine.
at all.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. Take that.
So, Max Ryder,
I think
who
you're
does...
lying to me.
You'll find out probably earlier than they arrive, as a matter of fact, too. Anyhow, so, oh, yeah. So, Max Ryder, who's one of our community members and also streams Call of Cthulhu and also writes a number of adventures for Call of Cthulhu, which is very cool, which you can get on drive-through, made this comment about last week's episode, which is entitled Space Sickness.
For no reason.
Perfect title. Very intense roleplay. Love it. Oh, okay. Just remember, Severance is not seeing these comments unless he has some way to hack into the mainframe.
Which he does. I don't.
There's a cat. Says, oh, I want Quint to be captain. Please, I vote for Quint for captain. They've got my pinky swear. I think Terrica and Quint are my favorites. So now the second
Aw.
comment.
That's shocking after what Derek has done so far.
Yeah, people are weird.
From
I love
Trig or
that.
Treat. You know, what I like about reading these comments is that some people weren't here, so they don't have the context. They can only worry, and I love that. Oh, that's probably bad. Anyhow, so Trigger Treat says about last session. So many good things happened with Quint as acting captain. The gambler was repaired. Mail freight and passengers were transported. People learned to swim, almost. And everyone got a raise, and no one took any illegal drugs. Bad things? I'm sure no bad things happened. Tripper said there wouldn't be any this episode. Yeah. Cat. Cord has a cat.
That is-
Speaking
yep,
of Cord
cat
having a
can keep
cat,
it.
She's
There
so
was
cute.
no
Hi,
bad.
it's me
there was
with
no
a cat.
bad things.
if you would, I would like, I'm going to say, could you introduce who you are, what character you're playing, and then I would like you there's like the give a penny, take a penny thing in stores, right? I don't know if they have those anymore.
Yeah,
I
they
don't know
do.
if people
Some
use
stores
money
do.
anymore. Yeah, because
What is
they
a
just
penny?
go.
I don't like pennies don't exist.
It's the thing that you pick up off the sidewalk when it's a heads up, but if it's
Oh.
tails up, you flip it so that you
Oh,
always
I-
get the good
right.
luck.
It's like
I
a superficial
I grew
metal
up poor. I
penny.
take all the pennies. I'm like, penny on the sidewalk, free money, hell yeah.
And then I eat them.
If only they had any worth.
Num 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 num.
You get enough of them, they add up.
And then they're very
Okay.
heavy.
I found like
And then you have
35
to-
pennies on the sidewalk the other day.
That's
Don't.
35 cents, Lindy. I don't
so
know if you know this.
exactly.
So sick.
Whoa, that's like a gumball. You could get a
I know.
gumball.
That's not a gumball. That's a gumball from the 50s.
Gumballs from the 50s are still edible.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, like, you wouldn't be able to.
It's haichu. It's a
Inflation.
haichu from. It's a small
I'm
pack of
making
haichu from the
inflation joke.
supermarket.
No, I just have had when you get maybe you don't, if you ever get like the baseball cards, like maybe you buy a pack of baseball cards and the pack of
No.
baseball cards you bought
Never bought a.
are
pack of
2
baseball
decades
cards.
old, but they come with gum, that stick of gum,
yeah.
and you're like, oh, I wonder if this 2-decade-old stick of gum in this vintage pack of baseball cards
You're
I got.
dating
tasted.
yourself and also dating the industry. So, my dad had an antiques sports shop, and he gave me a pack, and it was the worst thing ever. I was like, what is this cardboard? This pink cardboard? Because after a while, the gum tastes like the printed cards.
Cord, did you eat the gum or the cardboard?
Yes, of course I did. Oh, shit.
I think yeah. Oh. So what's also really exciting about that gum, which I'm sure is very high quality when it's super old, is that when you bite into it, it doesn't do the chewy thing. It just kind of splinters
No.
and shatters into strange
Yeah,
pieces.
it's awful.
Yeah, it's real
It's
bad.
like
There's no
bubblegum
bubbles.
glass.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 And then you have to like wait 30 minutes of you being like, at some point, this is gonna get chewy.
And then it disintegrates.
Yeah. And then,
Yes. And then you're just like with weird, you have the weird like after gum taste for like 30 minutes where you're
tastes like Babe Ruth. Yeah.
I appreciate that people know what I'm talking about, and
Yeah.
they mock me for it, and we're all in it together.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right, you
so-
old fuck. Ha! We all get it.
I like to think that I can't really ever be old because they're still boomers, so I feel like I'm still young.
It's true. Yeah.
yeah. For
You've
now,
got,
it's
yeah,
true.
you can just bump it on them.
Yeah, yeah.
Classic Gen X. It's not our fault. It was the boomers.
Whatever. It's the yeah, whatever.
It's not our fault. It was the millennials. We don't exist. Why are you looking at us?
Just put on some like Nirvana and be like, "Don't look at me."
Exactly.
So, like the give a penny, take a penny. I'm going to ask you to either give a memory or take a memory. I will either give you one, or you can give me one about your character. On Sybil Deus, it's like even some millennials remember that experience, Chipper.
That's true.
Good, because
Like me.
everybody should have really gross gum. I feel like I should not be the only one.
Well,
That's a sentence.
yeah.
Yeah. Cord. Who
Yes.
are you? Who are you playing? And if you would answer, would you like to give a memory or take a memory?
Give a memory or take a memory?
I'm either going to give you one or you give me one.
Of anything?
Of your character's memory, not yours.
You should just give me one. Well, I feel like all last episode I was in was giving me memories.
Mm.
So let's keep that going. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I sprained my wrist forging in my forge, building a treadle hammer, which is a foot-powered hammer. Isn't that ironic? But anyway, because... yeah, anyway, so it sucks. My audio is weird, so I keep hearing people go... It actually sounds... It sort of sounds like this every once in a while, and I have to just sort of figure it out. So if I am like making weird faces tonight, that's why. I'm Cord. I stream over on twitch.tv/Cord. I do tabletop. I do Mortal Online. I also do Star Citizen. Those are 3 try-hard games because I'm a try-hard role player. But yeah, I am playing this guy, Severance, Captain Baron Severance, or Admiral, Captain, Corsair, Baron, Clone, Severance. He's a runaway clone, or at least a Left for Dead clone on Drinax, but grew up and has thrived his way / lied his way to the top. And has finally like, hey, we should go talk to the king about what we've been doing. So here we are. That's me. I hope you follow me, and if you don't, that's fine, I guess. I'm playing Severance. I'm all right. I'm sorry. I've started to start the loop again. The memory I'm gonna have you give me because my brain's already flipping over inside my skull.
Cool. Last time, all of your memories came back. Too many, actually, for you to just hold in your head. But your missing year has...
If it's give a memory, take a memory. So far, the pool is empty. So does that mean I have to give a memory so someone else could take one?
No, I'll give you
good.
one.
Okay, thank you.
There's always pennies waiting in the give a penny, take a
Okay.
penny thing. You don't know where they came
Always.
from.
That's
but
true,
They're
that's
always
true.
there.
And that's what the GM is all about. The GM is all about being the bin that has pennies in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
It was, if you remember, there was that whole missing year, right?
Yes.
This was later in that missing year. You were on probably Drinax, you guess.
Okay.
You were at a cafe. You were having just a very pleasant time, sitting, probably reading data pads. And somebody came and sat down and had a chat with you. It was just like a slender person, sort of red hair, but kind of like a dark red, pulled back into a braid. They looked sort of like a real estate agent, I guess. Sort of like that kind of professional sort of person who was probably coming into that cafe to do some sort of work, maybe some sort of trader. Maybe you weren't on Drinax. You're not certain, really. But you remember they just sat down. They asked for a light. It was the conversation was very brief. It wasn't much of anything. But what you remember now is that as they asked you for that cigarette, you remember they asked you your name. They said, "Aren't you Severance?" And then you remember now at this moment, this feeling of them as they're looking at you in this very brief moment, digging through your mind, through your memories, trying to find out something incriminating, something. And you remember they were looking for, well, there was a person who looked like you, who was on somewhere a shack with the Harlock and a baby, somebody probably very dangerous with a lot of power. And this person went through your mind to find out if it were you. But those
Awesome.
memories weren't there at the time. And so, having dug through your mind and found no memories of the sort, they got up and left. It seems that the erasure of your memories that you asked the Harlock to do kept you safe, and probably also the Harlock safe in that one moment when probably a Zodani agent came to just double check that you weren't the one they were looking for. And they did not find anything, and they let you be. And now you remember that thing happening.
Zodani is Zhodani, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Just
Yeah.
typing madly into my database.
But it's a memory that you did not have, right? And now you have a memory of somebody looking for a memory that you did not have.
Yeah. It is it's a meta memory. A meta
It's a
memory.
meta memory.
Yeah.
Meta-memory.
Memory.
But it's Oreo. And if you saw
Studio.
Studio. And it.
I also speak Gen X.
You remember in this, you are now aware in this moment that you have been surveilled. You have been checked up on. You have not often, like once maybe as a double check, but that sacrifice you made was worth it because you are in danger, or at least you were. And that was the memory that has come back to you. Next.
Thank you. That's awesome.
You're welcome. Lindy, of the
Hi,
laughing and the
it's
loving
me.
variety, who are you? Who are you playing? And give or take a memory.
Oh my goodness. Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and I will be playing Quint Vesper, member of the ship Purser, along with many other titles on the ship right now, the Gambler. Just that, I will have it be known that Quint is not captain, and has just been trying their best through this wonderfully smooth flight we've had this entire time, in which we still have everyone on the ship that we left with. Yep. And as far as memories go, oh gosh, I always give a penny in real life, so I'm gonna take a penny here because that sounds exciting. It's always a chance to lighten my purse, but my purse is pretty light right now, so I'll take a penny.
This memory.
Not to say I spent all the money. The purse.
Yeah, hold on, purser.
Oh, no, it's good,
What do you
it's good.
mean?
I'll take all the pennies.
Well, good news. Everyone's getting paid appropriately.
What do you mean? Hold
mostly.
on.
You'll find out.
Wait a
Severance is going to look into
second.
the accounts and pass out.
Court is opening. The ship's.
I am
we-
literally doing that.
We were on line 39. Now we're on like 86. Don't worry about it.
It's
anyways,
fine. It's fine. Everything's
memory-
fine.
that memory.
Blame
please.
Terrica.
Oh, that's
Oh,
awesome.
yeah,
actually.
the-
Thank you.
The memory.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hold on. What's this?
Don't worry about the ship's accounts, okay?
Look,
Man,
we
so
can
actual
have
court is going to pass out now.
we can have that conversation in person because we should have that in
Because
RPG
you're not
because
gonna-
there's
Oh yeah,
a
no,
lot of
it's
things
awesome.
Until I
happening.
hand
It's
over
so
that
good.
tablet.
Yeah.
There's
yeah,
there's
but-
there's things.
But
And
just
thank
for the
you
record,
thank you for updating this thing because I just don't.
It's more
and
than
I try
double the
to.
length. Yeah.
But a lot of
I
stuff.
haven't updated the passenger manifest yet because you went through.
Yeah, the passenger
a lot.
manifest is a
Passengers.
little behind. We did go through a
but
lot of
I'll-
passengers, but anyway.
But I'll get there.
Go through. I
Went
don't
through a
mean
lot of
killed.
passengers last week, or
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
hold on.
30
I also am
something.
really excited for the fact
It was
that
a very busy
Severance
week.
is going to find out about these finances before the gambler arrives. So, yeah. Anyhow, so the memory.
Oh,
It's
fun.
exciting.
There
Please
is
distract him.
a small get together. And the get together is on a planet in the Solomani Rim, Imperial space, but there is a terrace. There's music playing.
I should have just given you a memory. I know where this is
Yeah, but
going.
you didn't.
I didn't. Okay, I'm ready. Distract me. Let's go.
And you are there, of course, because it is your memory after all.
That's my memory. Of course I'm
But
here.
of course.
And you are masked. You're wearing the mask. The green poplar mask with a very large chunk of viridian that goes right across. Because you are, after all, the quintessential viridian. And this get-together is just, you're the only member of the Cirque who's there. The Duke is there. The Duke's father is there, somewhere off in the corner. There are a lot of people going back and forth. And at this moment, you are dancing with the Duke. And as you're dancing, and the music is playing, he's a pretty good dancer, as a matter of fact. People are drinking and laughing, and you know when you sort of do a nice sweep, but you're doing a really nice sort of like a
Oh, yeah.
a good traveling dance that like sort of like a Viennese, you know?
Like a waltz. Yeah.
Yes.
We were same page. You said sweep, and my mind went waltz because we're dancers.
Oh,
We get it.
Absolutely. A really beautiful, beautiful sort of like sweeping Viennese. And everything about this space is just pleasant and wonderful. And everyone is smiling and everyone is happy. And it's just like that kind of like convivial space. And as you are swinging around the edge, and just that moment, you know when you're doing like, because it's like a nice sort of concentric circles,
Yeah.
and you're
Oh, yeah.
just turning out
Constantly.
of the corner of your eye, you catch one face in the crowd that is not smiling and is not talking to anyone, but is looking at you two. And it's a waiter who is not serving anyone, but is holding a tray and is looking at you. And in that flash, as you make that the next turnaround, that person is gone. But why do I share this memory with you?
Yeah, that's a great question. What a lovely memory.
Yes. Also, you think you might have seen that waiter on Assis in the crowd.
Okay. Oh,
Remember that-
no.
Remember that failed roll you had?
Uh-huh.
Now that you think about it, well, that wouldn't make any sense. Fenris is a planet that is very far away.
Sure
About
is.
2 years away, and that wouldn't make any sense. But you think perhaps it was just a little jog of a memory. Just a little jog.
Uh-huh. I did look up the Duke on Cease. That's probably what it is. Yep.
That's probably what it is.
Nothing else. Yep.
Nothing
Okay.
else. Yep. Hey, Rocket Fox! Of all of the Rockettes, also muted, who are you? Who are you playing? And would you like to give a memory or take a memory?
Yes. Hello. It is I, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, and you can find me in a lot of places, but also not every place these days. You know what? If you look me up, you'll see me. You'll find me. I'll be there. I'll be there when you need me the most. Maybe even when you want me there the least. Who knows? But yes, as far as tonight goes, I am playing the Harlock. And the Harlock is, for anyone new on our journey, neither confirm nor deny, but maybe have some links to being a Zodani agent. And by links, I mean, yes. Also very powerful in terms of the psionics. He has been hither and thither and in many dabbling in many lives. And I'm sure all of that is totally fine and will never come back in a bad way at all. ... And as far as that, I think I will give a memory because I told myself I'd do it, and so now I have to come up with something. So I want to say that this is a memory way back when, about several seasons ago, whenever we did our first session 0. One of the past things that happened is that various characters crossed each other at various different points, and one of those crossings was the Harlock with Terrica. And this was not necessarily to pull the wool over their parents' eyes, but yes, also to pull the wool over their parents' eyes. And I feel in my soul like what likely happened. And yeah, Ari, if you want to give your blessings on this, I feel like it would have been
Definitely.
I feel like Terrica would probably have had trouble becoming a merchant in the original space just because of how their parents were like, no, you get to be a noble. That's what you get to do. So I think that through no means that would have been arranged by anyone outside of just the two of these individuals by any means. The Harlock would have crossed paths with Terrica and helped them to kind of go upon this path. And I think the memory that I would like to bring up would be one of the first moments that they met. I would say it's on the Palace of Drinax. If you're on the palace, things seem pretty lively, right? Like everyone's there. It's, the palace is still a very fine palace, and like all the market stuff has now moved into one of the main rooms. So it seems very like bustling and very like metropolitan and things like that. So I'm imagining in this market space, Terrica's doing Terrica, just Terrica things. At that point in time, probably still dressed very much like a noble, still just like probably wearing a real sour mug, just because. Yep.
They were probably in a dress.
Oh
Like-
yeah. Oh yeah.
no.
Not just
Yeah.
a dress, but like a dress.
Yeah.
Carrot TM. So
Yeah.
I would imagine they, looking around, suddenly see somebody who looks like they are a traveler of some sort. Like all black, very slick clothes.
Mm.
Like if you imagine like the kind of out of the new ones, I've only seen the first new Dune movie, but when he's wearing like that black kind of real tight traveler, but also you wouldn't be able to wear that and keep it clean sort of deal. Something kind of like that, but there's also like a cape happening and all the goods. And I feel like Terrica would try and intercept and like maybe come on over and maybe, just be like, oh, I see you're buying this. I too am buying a thing from this spoon stall here. And
Yes.
not realizing that everything would have been very meticulously planned. Did Terrica even want to go over to that stall in the first place? Sure, of course. That was totally Terrica's doing just 100% of the way. So
I completely agree with this. That is such an evil laugh, Trooper. But I think there's a layer here that you
That I know.
don't know. Oh no, all of you froze. Did I freeze? No,
You
Froze
froze.
for a second.
I froze.
you're back though.
Okay,
You're
so
back.
my internet keeps doing this thing, so I've
Yeah.
reset it. I've done all the things I can do. I'm not sure what's going on, but
I just saw your internet drop. I was like, oh, yeah.
it keeps
But
doing
I will just say,
that,
like,
and
There they go.
I know things about Terrica, which makes that comment perfect. Go on, Ari. Just speak on it.
Fabulous.
It really does. But there's the one thing that I'll add on to here, which is something that Trooper and I did with like world building recently. The color black, when it is worn on Drinax, means home. And I think the Harlock's dress was what inspired Terrica's purchase of a black jumpsuit for being a merchant.
I can imagine this conversation too, like
Yes.
going over to buy it and just like, oh, that's a good looking jumpsuit.
Yeah. Well, where did you get that? Just wondering for no reason. So whatsoever.
You mean this? But yeah, so that's what I've got.
In which case, I will have to send the globe over to Ari. Who are you? Who are you playing? And give a memory or take a memory.
Man, so I told myself I would come up with a memory before now, but I haven't. Maybe I'll get to the end of this and I will have one. Otherwise, I will take the memory. Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online, and I'm playing Terrica, who, boy, I was about to say they're a pilot. They still are. They're a little shaken on that right now. Technically.
Don't worry about it, Severance and the Harlock, about what we're saying right now. Don't even worry about it.
For no reason is that a question mark in anyone's minds. So I think they actually, if they were to describe themselves, if they were to like, if someone were to say like, who are you? They would simply say, I'm Terrica. And if they asked for anything else, I don't think they would give any other information. They wouldn't talk about their noble background. They wouldn't talk about being a fighter pilot or a pilot. They wouldn't talk about any of that. They would just simply state their name. And they would state it over and over again. They would never give more.
Sort of like a prisoner of war? Weird.
Weird, right? Very weird. Who would do that?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Dang, I was really hoping I would come up with a memory before now,
Would
but
you like
I
to
got
give a memory to me?
nothing. No, I would like to take a memory, Trooper.
Okay.
Oh no!
I know. It's a gamble.
Whenever you take a memory from me, I give you the best memories. The ones that make
true.
you feel good and affirmed and happy. this is a happy memory. Because why wouldn't I give you a happy memory? Of course I would give you a happy memory. What was the name of your merchant ship?
Shoot, I meant to actually like find that this week because I wanted it to mean something. So can I get back to you with that name?
Sure.
Because I have a meaning, but I haven't picked a name yet.
So it's on the ship. This is after your first successful jump out of the system of Drinax. And you're off, you're headed for Torpal, and you've got your crew. You've recruited them on the Golden Palace, people who come in or out. You don't have a completely full complement, but you have a pretty good, you've got people. And this is your crew. And you are on the bridge, in the pilot seat. You're the captain. And it's that time when you've been relieved, someone else is sort of just minding the bridge, and you're in the galley with your entire crew. All of them are right there, except your engineer who's watching over the bridge. And you can see these people you've picked. You don't have a gunner yet, but they are laughing and joking, and you're kind of sitting back as they're like ribbing each other and pouring Tablasto on their food. And your sensor operator is a young woman, and she is a Vargar, and she has got, her hair sort of like trimmed really neat, but top kind of looks like a sort of like a little floppy hair in the front, She tries to, it's a little sort of like poodle-esque, but not exactly. She tries to get like kind of like a fun look going on for herself. And, this is her like maybe second or so time on Jump Space. She's not really had a lot of time traveling on her own. And she turns to you and she says, "Thank you for taking me on this ship. I'm really honored that you took a chance on me. Thank you. I think this is going to be probably one of the greatest adventures of my life, and I feel completely safe to have someone like you be our captain. The way you fly. I bet... Well..." She holds up like a particularly sort of like it's a glass, but it's a glass that has like a spout on it, so that as a Vargar, she can drink it without it going everywhere. And she says, "Well, here's to being crew together for many years." And she clinks the glass with you and smiles, her tail wagging a bit in joy. And the rest of the crew go, "Oh, hear, hear, to Captain Terrica." And they make this toast to you, the captain, who they completely trust to keep them safe on this journey into the stars.
You are the best awful DM in the world. Yes, that was a good memory. And also, you know what? That's not fair.
What? I don't even know what you're talking about.
We chose our poisons.
We did. These are the memories that Terrica has when they hear that. In fact, I bet the voice that they heard on Asus, that was Dharma, the sense op, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was Dharma.
Yep, it was indeed. But on the plus side, Max is wrong. They're not all dead. They're just probably enslaved and being tortured. I wouldn't worry about it at all. Anyhow, and I am your GM, Trooper SJP. here to give happy memories to everyone. Look, as a matter of fact, everyone who said that they wanted memory, I gave them happy memories. A dance, a cafe.
They were so happy.
Food.
I love it so much.
That's why you gotta give those memories out. Don't accept that.
And so it is time
I
for
like
us
when
to pull
troopers
back
mean
the
to me with
curtain.
niceness.
That's,
why
I
did
have to
that.
say, my favorite way of being a mean GM is by being nice to people. The soup method. So, my friends, as we pull back the curtain, when last we left our crew, they were separate on 2 different ships, heading back to Drinax. One would take a lot longer than the other, because they're in a Jump 2 ship, which, by the way, is still pretty good. We live in a world where many planets don't even have the ability to build jump-capable ships, like most of the ones you've passed and have dealt with. There are a couple that can build Jump 1 capable ships, but not that many systems who can. So if you've got a Jump 1, that's pretty decent, and you have a Jump 2 capable ship. Anything bigger than that is going to be very, very, very expensive and pretty rare, and the kind of places that have that technology tend not to like to share it, because such an exciting thing. Who was I talking to about this? Perhaps Lindy, perhaps Ari, maybe Lindy. We were talking about how for a couple of thousand years, the old Villani Empire had Jump 1 capable ships, and it took them a couple thousand years, to get to Jump 2. And Terrans went from Jump 1 to Jump 2 in about 30 years.
So the Bonnie rule.
Because they're a little reckless. And then they got Jump 3 before anybody else did. And here's why that might be a problem.
Jump 1 to Jump
If
3
you
in less
know-
than 200 years. It was
It's about 100 years. Because if you know how far your enemy can jump, you can set up blockades. If you're like, I know they can only jump 2, so we just set up our navy right here, and they can't jump farther. And if you can jump 3, you can just bypass their entire blockade and then wreck face. Or pirate or kidnap or whatever stuff you want to do. So, people tend to keep that technology controlled, but here you are. We have one ship, the Elaine, a very, very expensive, fast, no armored, no weaponed noble's yacht with the Harlock Severence, and, their pilot heading back to Drinax, and we have the Gambler, its Jump 2 ship, heading all the way back to Drinax in a number of months. And the whole crew will converge together on their home planet. However, we do have to take that last jump between with the Harlock, the Severance, and Gollin.
The Severance,
From
thank you.
Oghma. Oh, so sorry. And from
I did hear
Oghma
that.
to Drinax. But I did have a question. Also, I have something I just want to share with y'all, but not yet, because I enjoy that very much, the torture. You
Perfect.
have a whole week on Oghma. And I did want to ask you two what all you wanted to do while you were on Oghma. And I also wanted to ask if you wanted to spend the week cultivating an asset while you were there.
I think it'd be good to do.
Yeah, that sounds good. But what do we know about Oghma? It's a piece of crap, burnt pirate planet, right?
Hey, if we
Yeah.
need,
And
if
when I
we
say
need,
piece of crap, I mean they're the pieces of crap. We're not.
Yes, they
Pirates aren't. Just them.
if we need anyone to feel sensitive to our cause, though, I feel like it's going to be easier to convince those from a piece of crap area.
From Oghma? Maybe.
Well, and
Not
also
everyone from Oghma is a piece of crap.
well, and my thinking too is that we, at some point, in order to keep going with our mission, is to get, pirates doing some stuff that maybe Drinax stops, and then can
Right.
be like, hey, look how useful we are. And, Oghma having so many raiders and stuff like that, we don't have to be totally honest with them. We could be like, hey, where I heard some fun spots are? Over here, where we certainly won't be to stop you, ...
Well, I will note that you will not be hanging out at all anywhere near those raiders, because if I reminded you all last time, for those who were not there, there's more than one. There are like 4 gas giants in this system, and GDCO has its nice high port and one of the planets, and the Oghma planet, home planet, is by a different gas giant.
Got it.
And people jump into the GDCO high port, and GDCO's like, do not go to that planet. It is dangerous and bad. Don't go there, just hang out with us. And of course, the GDCO high port has a whole lot of guns. A lot of guns, a lot of missile batteries, a lot of security. Probably not for you. You know what I mean? Probably not because they're worried about you, but because Oghma has a habit of having raiders who like to kidnap and enslave people and attack people all the time. So there's a bit of a, you go to the GDCO high port at Oghma, at their star, and there's a lot of security, so that especially pointed that way, so just in case ships from Oghma decide to come too close to the GDCO high port in the Oghma system, alarms will go off. And, while you're at the high port, you'll hear these alarms go off every once in a while. And the raiders don't, they just, what's the word? They poke. Do you know what I mean? They just skim quite close and then make their way back out just to see how quickly how quickly the defense ships mobilize.
Everybody's still paying attention.
Just to see if people are paying attention, They just sort of zoom by, just a little flyby, just to see how everybody's doing. And it's very nice. The high port is a very nice high port. You can get great luxuries there. There's a lot of entertainment. It feels so nice, but it also feels like at any time, it's a weird thing, but there's a lot of we assure you, trade will not be interrupted. This is a safe place here with GDCO. It's a whole sort of, now they do have a lot of weapons, and so if the Oghma Raiders come, they might just shoot them, but the Oghma Raiders did attack the Marduk high port a few months ago.
Right.
The GDCO, well, sorry, technically not, it's not technically a GDCO. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, so it's that kind of a weird space where it's like the Mall of America, but there's a bunch of Vikings over there. So you know how that is. But it's a very nice high port, and I believe that you did have, and of course while you're there, you can see a number of ships coming in and out. You have convoys right there, some Imperial convoys. Well, they're Imperial ships with in a convoy with Imperial armed ships to guard them as they sort of make their way through. There's some non-aligned ships that make their way. There's pretty decent trade. This is a pretty good high port, and you can't help but think. I don't know. I'm not the boss of you, but if you recall, Marduk is not that far away, and you could go through Marduk or Oghma, and Marduk did not have this level of trade, generally speaking. Mm-hmm. Most of the trade comes through here. Yes.
Well, I do know, because the Harlock does have the special pass to get into the nice bars. That pretty much anytime they stop anywhere at a high port, she's gonna head over and be like, what's the word? What can my ears hear?
What your Zodani mind ears
You're
hear?
right. What's this my Zodani mind read?
Oh, yeah. Did you hear the news?
Why no? Please tell me.
Oh, well, and there you've got this it's a human, but you're not quite certain what sort of human it is. It doesn't look like a Solomani or a Zodani or a Villani. One of the sort of subspecies. You can see some gills, right? And they've got a suit on. And oh, well, it's all about Marduk,
Go on.
Oh, Marduk's that little planet that's coreward from here. Yes, you know?
No one ever goes there. That's such a backwoods place.
Yes, a good thing. Well, I don't know if you've heard this, but there was this, the Oghma attacked them, attacked the high port, actually, which, yes, I mean, that's,
Well,
that's
that's
pretty bold.
bold. It's
I know.
great minds.
Yes, I hear GDCO's probably looking for people to, I don't know, but that's not the most interesting thing about what I heard over there.
Really? Well, the Harlock, and also the Harlock definitely in these situations is much more peppy and like,
Like,
gossipy
oh, I'm
and
just
so,
yeah.
but the Harlock would like lean over so that they can lower their voices.
Something strange is happening on Marduk.
What on earth do you mean?
There are these, creatures on Marduk. Generally speaking, we would never see them ourselves. I am lucky I went through there just to, I came from there to here, and we don't have to, if you stay up on the high port, you never have to see it. I went down to the down port. There's a restaurant there in the down port with everyone wearing sort of like local clothing. It's very quaint.
Oh,
nice
how
food.
festive.
Yes, but, well, so there's some sort of creature that lives there, but nobody ever sees them because they live off in the wherever. Well, apparently they have been attacking people in the downport and the downport
Really?
city. Yes, but it's very strange because after a few attacks, the locals built a pretty high wall so that the creatures couldn't sort of sneak in. But they've been able to get past this wall, and no one knows how. Just like they just appear in there, just out of nowhere, just mauling people left and right. A number of people have died. All of those sort of Mardukians are in a bit of a panic about it all. So I would say, whatever you do not go downport if you go there, because these creatures they're like panthers or something like this, or something like that, I've been told. Yes.
Well, that sounds nightmarish.
Yes, just showing up out of nowhere, just murdering people left and right. Quite coordinated.
Oh, my word. Well,
yes.
One might even say it's as if they're teleporting in somehow.
But that's ridiculous.
That's true.
Can't teleport.
No, I don't even know what I'm thinking.
No, yes, but I mean, like that, I would imagine. But I imagine they're just very good at stealth. Is how probably. Maybe they can climb.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Probably. Well, you know what they say. Panthers are close kin to cats, and cats get everywhere, especially the places you want them the least.
Yes, but apparently they've gotten very aggressive and bolder than they've been before. A number of people have died. So my advice to you is, whatever you do not go down to the downport if you have to go to that backwards nowhere place.
Ugh, well, luckily I have no plans on going there anytime soon. And I would suggest the same for you. That seems very terrifying.
Absolutely. Whew. Oh, and also, of course, there's been some dispatches. Yes, people seem to think that there might be war between the Zodani and the Imperium, and I certainly hope not, because no one needs that.
Well, that would be
they've been saying
dangerous
that for
everyone.
ages.
Of course.
I know.
I can't even imagine. No one's heard of any Zodani being around in ages.
Yes, I mean, every once in a while I see a ship come through here for trade or some such, but I imagine if there is a war between the Imperium and the Zodani, we should be safe here, right? Because, I mean, we're not the Imperium. We should be fine, don't you think?
Of course. I can't imagine why they would want to come out to this place.
Yes. Well, anyway, there was a Zodani ship that came through. I saw them, actually. They were headed... they were headed towards Assis, I thought. I was passing on the way. But, it's some sort of trade ship. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I just hope they'll leave us out of it.
Oh, do you remember what the name of the ship was? I keep a sort of bingo card on these things.
Oh, that's fun. No, let me think. We got the IAF ping, just the name. Oh my goodness. What was the name of that creature from your home planet?
Oh no. I think it would have been called a Zwarl.
Mm-hmm.
Zwarl.
ZWA.
And there's probably an
Oh,
H in there too. A silent one.
absolutely. Probably RHOL.
Yeah, that seems
Oh,
right.
I mean, that feels very Zidani. Oh, the Zwarl, I think it was called.
Oh. Well, hopefully they're far gone by now. How long ago did you say this was you saw this ship?
I don't know. Must have been like a month and a half, like 2-3 jumps.
Oh, well, luckily they're probably far gone by now.
Yes. Well, anyway, stay away from Marduk.
Of course. Yes, and likewise. And then at that point, the Harlock would indicate to pay for both their drinks and such like that. And be like,
Oh.
well, I must be going, but it's been a pleasure. And what's your name again?
Oh, me? You can call me Red. By the way, this person does not have red hair. This person has black hair, and you think they've sort of tried to dye it red, and there's like a light cranberry wash, but it does not take because they did not bleach their hair beforehand. And
That's
so
the
it's
key.
just
That's the key, everyone. Bleaching beforehand. But
did not bleach. So there's like a almost red-ish in spots.
of course, I should have guessed. It's so obvious. Well, it's been a pleasure, Red. And then you kind of, and as soon as the Harlock turns away, it's like immediate just, and then just like leaves this horrific place.
If I recall, you two wanted to do a double check to see, and I told you all this offline, but I want to make sure the audience knows, just to see if the Elaine had come through Oghma, because
Yes. Sorry,
you
I got
had
excited.
records saying that your ship had indeed come through this place before, and
With Terrica and crew.
with
Yeah.
Terrica and crew. And what I said to you offline, because you asked me right after the session was over, was that yes, you're going to have to do a little bit of bribing, but absolutely yes, the ship 100% came through. It is in the records. However, there's always a, you can look at the records if you can get access to them, and then you can also talk to people who work at the port. And your ship is very flashy. It's got the equivalent of like green glowing rims and like, it is a very flashy ship. And nobody recalls that ship coming through this port. So while the records say this ship absolutely came through here, it corroborates the flight logs on the Elaine, nobody who works there recalls servicing that ship or refueling it or seeing it in the last, certainly not in the time frame that you would have asked about.
So yes on paper, no by actual eyeballs.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
That seems right.
Yep.
It does.
But it's all there on paper, so it's all accurate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In case
It seems like that they never did come through here. If it is all on paper and no one saw it, or there's no record of it besides it being on paper, then someone is very good at flubbing the paperwork.
Well, anyone with these sorts of skills and resources that...
I have.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your namesake has, or face sake rather, I'm not really sure, would probably be able to make that happen in very little issue.
Right. Like child, like father, I guess.
Well, there are worse entities to take qualities from than a all-powerful being.
Well, I guess that's true.
Quick question: were we able to pull any of the files off that had been transferred by whenever Val and Terrica took?
Terrica would have pulled all of them off and secreted them.
Okay, so none of them were still on there. Okay,
Yeah,
But you got all the
would not
flight
have left.
logs, though.
sure.
'Cause
That they wouldn't have
cannot
pulled
be-
those. Yeah.
They can't be taken away. The flight logs are always there, including all those flight logs saying that Terrica has gone deep into Imperial space. This erased log that said that the Emperor came aboard this ship, but it was erased so that nobody could find that out. But
Oh, secrets.
it was only fake erased so that you could be like, oh no, I found this thing they tried to erase. The Emperor was on this ship.
Well, at the very least, and this would be from Harlock and Severence, which I imagine they're probably just on the ship for this.
Yeah, probably most of the time, it's like our
Yes.
hotel room is the yacht, right? So it's like, oh, going back to the room or going back to the ship. It's like we were just bunked there.
Yeah, Severance is in his room. Harlock is in the bar, which is
Yeah, right. This same place.
Severance's room.
Yeah, yeah. Which is the same place.
Just camped out 100% of the time.
Yep.
Well, I would be curious to know why it is Marimore wanted it to seem like he'd been to these specific places. And I think she has a patchy scrolling through it as well.
Do you think it was Marymore or do you think it was Terrica?
With some... This is a Trooper quest. Trooper, are there any dates that would be overlapping with... Yeah, so my guess would be Marimore is... Clearly for these dates here, we know where Terrica was.
You get...
Right.
So let me put it this way. The entire time that Terrica was theoretically being a traitor...
When you say
It
traitor, you mean
says-
traitor.
with a D...
Traitor
with a
or
D,
trader?
Okay,
Trader.
with a D. Okay, thank you.
Trader.
Thank you.
Was actually flying about off into Imperial space. There's this also... The logs also seem to imply that Terrica's had this ship for years and years and years and years, that it was just kind of hanging out in a private spot on the palace for a while, and then it looks like if you just looked over the logs, you would think, oh, this is Terrica's ship that they've had for a very long time, and they use it to take trips, and they spent some time. But I will say, I mean, I know that you know that Terrica had a whole crew of people when they were the captain of a trading ship. Unfortunately, none of those people could testify that Terrica was the captain of a trading ship since they're all gone. So there's really no one to contradict that Terrica wasn't running around going to the Empire, because all that crew, they're all gone. So
My guess is if Terrica truly had access to this sort of a ship, we wouldn't just be hearing about it now. Based on how excited they are about the gambler.
I agree, unless this was never their ship.
Well, it's someone's.
Correct.
Rather say it's ours now.
Right. In the rightful hands of Terrica. And me.
And the king.
And the king. Yes, of course. Well, of course, everything is for the king.
Well, the king doesn't know just yet, so...
Right, but he will. We have, a week and we're there.
Yes, so for that
Okay.
next week, this ship is not the king's just yet.
Correct. Correct. We have a week here.
yep, you do.
What a fun place to spend a week.
And they're
Yeah.
like tourists and traders. Some imperial nobles come by drunk. It's that kind of general port place. You know what I mean? People.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have interesting idea. It's pretty robust, but it's something that we can do, or at least that I think Severance wants to do while we are here. And that is there a way? I think I also went with the Harlock to wherever they went to get
That bar.
information. The bar.
So by the way, just so
Fancy
you know,
bar.
May or may not be the same place. It was a fancy bar?
wait.
It's
let me-
a very fancy bar.
Okay.
I need to up the Harlock.
Okay.
It is there is the Travelers Aid Society. The Travelers Aid Society is like an intergalactic frequent flyer, like gold member lounge sort of thing. Sometimes you get it for like, great things. And if you are, how like if you go to like the airport, there's like the special Delta Sky Lounge that only special people get to go to, and it's really nice. It's that. It's the special Travelers Aid Society Lounge. And the Travelers Aid Society, they give you a free ticket to go somewhere every year. You get access to the best, like you get access to the special lounge. Like the people who are pay extra to be in the nice lounge, as opposed to the general sorts of lounges.
The Commoners Lounge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But and they also have housing, right? Just in case, like kind of cheaper housing in case you need to like get somewhere. And they also, it's a good place to get rumors, info, insider trading tips. And what's nice about it is that anywhere you go in charted space, there's probably a lounge that you can go to and have a nice space. And you can take a +1. You can bring people into the lounge with you.
That was going to be a question, but
Really nice food, by the way.
I may sort of make some edits to the idea here. So I quickly looked through the wiki of Oghma because I wanted some just information. And I saw that there's TL9 here.
Yep.
So tech level 9 things here.
Ish. Ish.
Like
because,
trade, but not established?
Well, the thing is, Oghma has got tech level 9, but you're on the high port that's run by
The high
GeoCo.
port. Right. So
the tech level's higher, actually. Right. You can get higher level stuff here on the high port than you could on Oghma itself.
Okay.
You can
That's
get up
still
to 12.
far better than us.
yeah.
Well, no. Drinax is like 15.
Is it really? Oh,
Oh yeah, Drinax is the most technologically advanced planet in this area.
Okay.
By a
But
lot.
for picking up stuff while we're out and about.
Well,
It's not
I
bad.
think as we start to like land,
It's really high tech. The only problem with Drinax is they have no people. It's really
yeah,
hard
and also-
if you only have 70,000 people. You've got all the knowledge. They've got the knowledge how to do all these amazing things, but they have no industry or people, right? It's
yeah,
this thing
and
where
the infrastructure's also been bombarded by bombs.
Yeah.
So it's it's like
Yeah,
how do we
that whole
rebuild when
thing.
our tech to level 15? So as soon as we land here, our context, or at least Severance's context about Oghma, is they raid Marduk. So he's like, oh, these people suck. And it may not be necessarily all Oghmans, but it is like in his mind, Oghma it may or may not be full of clans of raiders and pirates. So and of course smugglers. So I think what I would like to do is, if I can, or if Severance has a way, which I don't know if you'll let me or whatever, but I want to try to get into the surveillance to try to track down a smuggling route.
So you want to get into contact with the Oghmans.
Yes.
Okay, so this would involve flying the ship away from the high port to Oghma itself.
Okay. So
Is-
Oghma
This is gonna be
is a
great.
planet full of raiders who are raiding people, but there is the high port, which is the everything's fine, we're perfectly normal civilians GD code.
It's run by GDCO, and they have a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of
okay.
guns to make sure that
Got
the
it, got it,
Oghma
got it.
Raiders don't attack them.
Got it.
Because the Oghma Raiders do that. Well, they don't tend to attack GDCO, they just tend to go to Marduk and Borite and then kidnap anybody who can read.
So I don't really want to go leave the high port and then go to Oghma. I think
With that ship, I think it'd be...
right. I think with the knowledge that we have, I think Severance is assuming that there has to be a mole or several within the high port itself to help establish or
Yep.
turn blind eyes towards
Yep.
smuggling or these raids that are happening from
Yep.
Marduk. And I think that is what Severance is going to try to either like enhance. I think he's going to try to like, find more information about that this week. If there is someone or if there is a clan or whoever it may be, and then maybe on another time I will speak with them. But
this would be establishing an asset, which is such a good thing to do. It's going to take you about a week of like doing this. Because of who you're wanting, it sounds to me like what you want is a streetwise check. So this would be, this would be like a social standing based streetwise to get
social banding, social. What did I just say? Social standing streetwise.
Yep. Does the Harlock
Sweet.
want to aid?
Yes.
In which case, you should roll your skill first, and then
Social
your effect will
streetwise.
add or subtract.
Love it.
It will go real well. That is
Wowee.
a 12.
That is a 12.
Yes, indeed.
You're
Well,
welcome.
since you rolled really well, I'm going to roll really shittily.
Take a +2.
And
to
I
this roll.
will help.
+2.
Mhm.
That's a 14.
This is
I think.
important.
Hey.
That is a 14.
This is important. The higher your roll, so all assets have a what we're going to call, because I'm giving you some, because next season is going to be there's going to be a lot of some things you're going to have to deal with a bit more than you did before, and it's good. So all assets are going to have like an asset value, like how loyal they are to you, like how reliable, how much, how well, where they're at. And each time you encounter them, you can spend some time to increase their loyalty to you. But the initial value is based on this roll right here. How well you roll now when you sort of approach them. So
Right.
because you rolled a 14, their initial value is going to be a 6, which is very good. That is basically, you could ask them for sensitive information, such as like Navy deployments for the next 3 months, like that level of.
Cool.
That's an ask
Okay.
you can give them. So
Yeah.
I opened up for our chat. I closed it because you weren't getting assets yet, but they gave me a bunch of
Right.
assets for you to, as optional. So I believe this person is given to us by Hawkeye, and this is Doxel Rubicine, who is a galactic trader of
Where do
all
I
goods.
put this?
You actually have an assets tab in our ship's papers.
There it is. Thank
Oh,
you. This is,
you're
what's their
welcome.
name?
Their name is Doxel, Doxel, Rubicine, Rubicin. And they have a small, how do I describe it? Amongst all of these very, very corporate looking shops on the high port, there's a part of the high port that has slightly more eclectic shops, right? So you'd have things like you're moving into the part of the high port where the people who work there might live, but not completely. So it's that kind of like crossover spot. If you've got like where the really rich people hang out, where the average traders hang out, and then that kind of like mid zone between where the average traders might hang out, where the people who live might hang out and also live, where you get things like an antique shop or a bookshop or like a trader that has like just kind of weird curios, that kind of stuff. Not the kind of stuff that somebody who's just like a regular trader is not going to go to this place because it's not wholesale, right? It's not wholesale stuff. It's probably not going to be super price. It's like you're not going to get like great jewelry there. Like there's not going to be anything for your average trader to be interested in this. Unless you're that kind of person who wants to sort of look at weird knickknacks and curios and
it's for the tourists.
Yeah.
This one is a little bit less for the tourists. This one's a little bit for
Locals?
No, not that either. Let me put it in Severance and Harlock terms, smugglers. But let me take it back and not use it that term. Let's say if you were a trader...
Asset value is 6, I'm sorry.
Value 6, yes.
Okay.
But not your, like... Here's the vibe. Oh, I'm on a tramp trader, and I'm really interested in hard-to-find antiques. Or maybe I can't normally get, like, I want a used piece of armor, maybe. That kind of shop that is not like a tourist Chotsky shop, but it's not like a high-end shop that would attract rich tourists. But it's the kind of place that if you were like your average trader who was interested in rare books or whatever, you might just stop in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you lived there, you might go there as well.
Right. Yeah.
Is it also the sort of place, right, where you would find a shop that's like, yes, I have this fine collection of dolls to sell.
Yes. Yes, it would be. And it's just that that mix of nothing here is really exciting enough for people who wouldn't like for average tourists to actually want to go there. So you're not going to get just random looky-loos, maybe once in a while, but not that often. But it wouldn't look out of place for like a regular trader to maybe go in there to go and get some dolls, right? It's just that that nice mix of a little dusty and boring. So it's unlikely people who don't need to be there would go there just randomly. But if you did go there, it wouldn't look weird if you did, you know? You know.
Okay.
Feels a little... And maybe if you wanted to get some goods that might be a little bit less... I don't know.
That seems like the place where this asset would be.
Yeah.
Yes. And as you walk in, and the thing about it is that it's in that part of the shop where, because mostly everything is corporate owned, but you're into that space where there are like some bed and breakfasts that are not corporate owned, right? There are a couple of shops that like, it's that moment where you cross over from like the big corporate owned space of the high port to that space where they rent out spaces to people who are like, independent traders, independent folks, right? So it's that kind of space where you've got like kind of the independent sort of independent business people who are paying a lot of rent to be on this high port and for all the protection they have. And it's also like just a little bit further down is where the people who actually work here, who are the waiters and the wait staff and all that, where they all live. And so you're not yet in the locals only place, but you're in that like kind of crossover spot. But I will note that almost all of the locals are not local to Oghma. You don't really see Oghmans here at all. You just see people who've decided to live on this high port for the long term.
Work purposes.
Is this person, is Doxel are they local? Oghman local?
I mean, there are no Oghman locals here.
Got it.
I would like a roll,
in such a way.
I do say that in such a way. I would like a roll.
Okay.
Intellect deception.
Can we both?
Intellect
Yes.
deception?
Intellect deception.
Deception.
Or intellect galangic. One of the two.
Nope. Not allowed. I don't have it. 13.
And you can either chain to help each other, or you can do separate.
We'll do yours was good. Let's do separate. I don't want to make it worse. 12.
Oh, and 13.
Hey.
Okay.
We'll both find out things.
So there's this merchant, shop owner. And this shop owner is your mild-mannered shop owner, no neck, massive traps, barrel-chested, just like massive hands, like kind of looks
Human
like
turtle.
human turtle,
Got it.
bit of a, could be like a blacksmith or a bouncer or a wrestler, like that kind of physique.
Oh my god, in my mind it's
and-
Terry Crews. Played by Terry
Yeah.
Crews, go on.
Just like,
Crews.
yeah,
It's Terry
that
Crews.
kind of massive figure. And these little tiny little half
Why is
glasses.
he yelling at us? Okay.
And you're like, and he's like,
Oh
welcome in. And I'm going to note something about you, about this person.
Terry Crews,
One.
tiny glasses.
Severance.
Yes.
Accents off. Accents off.
no.
It's
Like fake, or it's not from this region?
the opposite. That the fakeness is that it's not from this region. Right? So,
It's a little too from this region.
no, he's trying to sound like he's not from here.
That's what I'm saying, but
Right.
he's hiding that his regular
Yeah.
accent might be a little too from this region.
Yes.
Okay.
And your vibe is, oh, this person might, because you do media all
Be
the
trying
time.
too hard.
And you've heard an Oghma accent before. Usually when somebody was yelling and stabbing somebody in a news vid. And also,
Excuse me, sir. Can you just stab this real quick? I wanna...
just stab this. And also you remember hearing the Oghmans when you were being attacked by them on Marduk. And this guy is hiding an Oghman accent is what you would assess.
Okay. Okay.
And the Harlock. This person has killed a lot of people.
Ah, a fellow.
Yes. It's that, when you're like, there's just a certain kind of way in which he carries himself wherein he's ready to, it's like when you walk in, you could like, oh, he checked to see if we had weapons, and he checked to see if we had hidden weapons, right? Like there's this like kind of like a situational awareness that he has that he's also clearly hiding, right? He's wanting it to look as if he doesn't, he's just a merchant. But you're like, oh, no, you are probably a trained killer who is trying to frame yourself as just a merchant.
Oh no, I accidentally knocked this priceless vase off the side of this cat. Wow.
Yes. And
Got it.
you, and I know that you all sort of spend some time perhaps buying or selling, right? Getting Doxel to be more friendly to you. I would like to know, how do you get Doxel on your side?
That is a great question. Can I?
I mean, you do, because you were successful, but I just want to know how you do it.
I feel like
Oh.
Harlock would let
But I did it with
Severance do the
social.
talking first.
I did it with social, right?
Well, social, because that was your base attribute, like rather than like strength or something, right? So you use your
Streetwise.
streetwise. This is like your social streetwise. And the
I will let him know that there is a shipment coming in Bay 3 within the week. there is encrypted. I would probably not encrypted, but within the code of transponders, there's been a manifest that is holding some artifacts that could be very valuable. I will let him know that it should arrive a day or two, likely later than probably likely later, so probably in 2 days, within this week. So like enough for this guy to check in. Oh, hey, it worked. This is awesome. Where there is supposed to be there's supposed to be someone meeting them here within here at Bay 3 on GDCO. There is either a courier or guards, I'm not entirely sure, but 2 personnel are supposed to meet them. They don't have to show up, and someone else could be there instead. Like you.
I don't know why you tell me this, brother, but I'm not interested, he says on day 1. But, you come visit me in about 3 or 4 days. We'll see. I'll have
I see what you
order
mean.
ready then.
But the order will be ready in 3 days, you say?
Yeah.
Very well.
If you pay attention, the ship never arrives. When you go back to visit in 3 days' time, he's like, well, seems your order is ready. Very good, very good. And he just hands you it's like a wooden doll of like a Viking.
Okay.
And he's like, just
A
keep
Viking
that.
warship.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like a wooden doll of a Viking warship. And he's like, thank you for your patronage. You're welcome back anytime.
I take this, the wooden ship, I sort of tuck it in my coat, and I thank you. I assume this wasn't the only artifact or collectible that you have acquired?
No, I have a
Good.
shipment coming in.
Good.
Anytime.
Very well.
If you have any other artifacts.
You have the coordinates to
right?
Drinax, yes?
Yes.
Good. When's the last time you've been there?
I've never been.
Well, you should change that. Good day.
And of course, the news is all about a pirate attack, a raider attack that happened to some ships out at the jump point.
Perfect.
You know,
Perfect. It never showed up.
how it
Perfect.
is. Some ship was jumping in, and then they got attacked by Oghma raiders.
No.
And that
Well
happens out in these
outside.
parts.
It does happen outside of these
How
parts.
did that happen?
Oh, no. So, I need from you all, as you go to leave this place, I need some rolls for you to jump to Drinax.
Yes.
We are going to have our astrogation roll first from Gollin, your
Gollin, that's his name.
Who is the best?
Forgot his name for a second.
and he has got, I remember he has a +3 total, which is good because it's a -4 to this roll. So he gives you coordinates. Can I get a roll, please? -4.
-4. Oh my gosh.
Yes, please. Because it's a jump 4, and jump 4 is tricky.
Let's see.
You can
Oh,
take
wait, I
extra
think-
time if you like. This is your engineering J drive.
Oh yes. I may take extra time.
Okay.
Um,
You need a 2.
I needed to. How come? Let's see. Why
That
is
was
mine a -4?
Because you're jumping 4 parsecs.
Mm.
And that's a lot.
Well, I mean, technically.
The farther you jump, the harder it is.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Why can I not?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
No, you wouldn't, would you?
No. Smooth
This will be
sailing.
education-based, by the way. Education
okay.
engineering.
Cool, I have that on there. How do I don't know where to put the -4 on here.
When you click to roll, it should pop up.
It was not accepting it from me.
Oh, well then
For
roll
whatever
and
reason. Yeah, I'll use my incredible mind brain and we'll do it that way.
5 minus
Neat.
4 is a 1.
It is.
You
That
need a
is
2.
correct. Oh, can I just add luck?
Yes, you can.
Or is that yeah, let me do that then.
Mm.
We'll just go to a 2. I don't know what else wacky things are going to
Hold on
happen
a second.
tonight.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. So you rolled a 2 and a 3, which is a 5, plus
Yes.
1, right? Which is a 6. What is your engineering skill?
Jump drive.
Mm-hmm.
Level 1 for a total of 10.
And what is your education bonus?
That is 1.
So that should be a 7. Minus 4 is a 3, which is a success.
Whew. Well, then I'll
Just
keep
like
that
that.
luck in my pocket is what I'll do.
And your ship glides into jump space, and nobody gets space sickness. Not
You're
that
welcome.
happened before.
Oh.
Would never happen.
And
Not on our ships,
nope,
Mhm.
never.
especially the Gambler.
Never
No.
would happen there. No.
Nope.
And as you sort of like sort of glide into jump space, you have that full week heading towards Drinax, and you know that you have built an asset on Oghma who will look out for you, give you information, and that you can probably ask for favors in the future.
Hell yeah.
And
Good, because I
as-
hated
and I wanna
Oghma
thank-
for a moment.
oh well, Oghma
Now I
sucks,
don't.
But I mean, there's still things there.
Yep.
And after about a week, you emerge out of jump space, quite far from Drinax, because Drinax is in the jump shadow of its star, which means it's quite a bit of a journey from where you emerge from jump space to Drinax, which meant that if you were going to attack it, they would get advanced warning, but also it means that it's a long journey, and most people don't come to Drinax anymore because of it. But as you sort of fly towards Drinax, you can see as you get closer and closer to this sort of dead brown planet, as you get closer, the ping of the palace welcoming you home to Drinax. And a spot is landed for you. And as you arrive on the glittering gold palace with the walls encrusted with diamonds, just gold, polished gold, and diamonds embedded in every wall. And what was once this palace for just a family is now almost the entirety of the Drinaxian civilization, except for those who live on the surface, which are not that many. And as you come in, it's the hustle and bustle of this space. You have got people and traders moving every which way. There are not so many docks on this place, but there are enough. And you see, there are a couple of ships here. People are moving about. And of course, all of the cats, all of the Drinaxian cats that live on the floating palace that sort of just move in and out and throughout the stalls,
All hairless.
making sure no rats make their way onto this place from ships. And this is the place you haven't been in a very long time. This is Drinax. And it'll be maybe about 2 months or so before the rest of your crew show up. And I would like to ask, what all does our crew here do before in this 2-month time frame?
The 2-month time frame. Well, we meet with King Oleb.
The king wants to. You are
Should we-
given. Go ahead. Answer.
Oh, I was going to say, should we wait till the entire crew is there before we meet?
No. No way. Then we should have just lived. Then we
The
should have just
most
come with the
important
crow.
The most important person is here, obviously.
Yeah. Well, if we waited for the crew, then there was no reason for us to leave early.
Now, you don't get an audience right away.
How dare.
You have to
You
wait
know
a
who I
bit. It's, apparently the king is quite busy and is going to make you wait just a little bit. Because
2 months wait?
No, not 2
Okay,
months.
Okay.
About a week, I would say. You have
I mean,
heard.
if he made us wait for 2 weeks, I wouldn't mind either. I mean, we are here to tell him, and if he's like, you know what, I don't care yet, then that's fine.
No,
Yeah, I feel like
just
a week
1
is actually
Yeah. Okay.
not too bad.
Yeah.
Just one. But as you are waiting, of course, there's scuttlebutt. There have been quite a few visitors coming in and out of Drinax. There is something keeping the king quite busy. There are some, apparently some important guests. On the court, there are a number of people who are part of the court. There is an ambassador to the Third Imperium. There's like an Aslan sort of noble who's not exactly an ambassador. There's like a bunch of different people in the court. Lady Hill, of course. There is an ambassador for the Vexpexers, who are the people who live on the planet, of which Severance is one. But he's not always on the planet itself. He's not always up at the Golden Palace. Whenever the Golden Palace crosses over the area where sort of their encampment, he'll sort of come back up and sort of be here. And he's not currently here, but there are a number of folks. But it seems as when you arrive, there is a lot of activity. One of the reasons why you cannot get an audience right away is because it seems as if something big is happening. Something very big is happening. You're seeing like the palace has been polished. It's looking
Polished?
It has been polished.
Sorry, I just have that weird audio thing, so sometimes I'm like, what did you say?
Especially where you arrive, and you're seeing like it looks as if there's preparations for a really big event happening, but you're not quite certain what that is.
Can we get the word on the street? Like, certainly people are talking.
Yeah. Certainly
I'm
someone
gonna
will tell
need
us.
some kind of streetwise roll for that one.
I will help.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Would this be social?
Yes, it would.
All right.
You first. Haha. 14.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Add 3.
Add 3.
17.
Yay.
Oh, add 3 to theirs. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Me add 3.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I? Hey, there we go.
What are you doing? All right.
I don't even know anymore. That's a 13.
Well, how do I put this? No, you cannot find out. No one's going to talk about it. It is highly secret. No one is going to say anything about the wedding.
The wedding?
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. Can't talk about it.
Of course not. That would be... It's a secret from everything I've heard.
Of course, yes.
Yes, so there's no talking about the wedding.
Well, that's a shame because I've heard the bride is going to be beautiful. But you didn't hear it from me.
Well, I don't know. We're just waiting for them to arrive.
Well, that's what I've heard, though.
When are they arriving?
It's a bit of a question. We don't quite know yet. It's a bit awkward.
Where are they from?
Well, from here. I'm sorry. All of a sudden you're like, nope, just gave away secrets. Sorry. I meant, what?
Oh no. Can I do a
By the way,
psionic
you
thing?
succeeded in your role, so you're going to get the info. It's just that they are reluctant to say.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't say it's, but the groom has been here for a while waiting. It's been very awkward.
Oh my god, can I do a psionic thing? Can
Sure.
I imagine.
Like, no, we won't tell you. And you're like,
You're right. Oh, you'll tell me. Oh no, the thing I want to do, I'm imagining the Harlock.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine one of the things in training would also be able to easily pick up on, I don't know, family members that are around.
Your family members.
Yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to do a real quick, just a little, because the palace isn't huge.
No, it's not that huge. No.
So yeah, I think. Would it be awareness is more self stuff, isn't it? Isn't
no, yeah,
Claire,
yeah. It's what it's
Claire.
called. It's like it's the tactical awareness one. It's
okay.
It's like sense life, I think it is.
oh my gosh, I have psychic powers.
Wouldn't that be under? Claire?
Yes,
remember.
I think it's under telepathy. Where is it?
Telepathy.
228. I have it. It's the one that lets you. It's right there in the top. It's. I think it is. Life detection.
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
Yes, it's life detection.
Which one's that under?
It's telepathy.
It is telepathy. Okay, perfect. Because that's my jam.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to get I want to know if there's another on this palace Zodani, and I want to know if they're related to me.
Sure.
Which I feel like if they are, it would be easier for me to sense them. But
it's if you know this person, that you will recognize them when you've sent out your mind.
Okay, I'm just curious. I'm just a little curious person. That's an 11.
Spend 1 psi point. You send out your mind, and there are. I'm so sorry. There are a lot of minds here. So many minds, and all of them are allowed.
Yeah.
There's only about 70,000 of them.
All just screaming into the void.
And
this is why I drink.
Yes. Presumably, there are probably people who are psionic that you cannot detect here.
Sure.
And there are people that you know already, that you have met before, and you recognize them. Oh, there's the king. There's the king's son, daughter. Like, there are people, like, you can sense them here. Lady Hill's husband. You sense all these things. You do not sense your cousin.
Okay. Well, thank goodness for small favors.
And this person who is clearly not going to tell you anything is not telling you anything.
Not trying to.
Well, this conversation's becoming a little boring. Guess maybe we should take our business elsewhere.
And 90% of conversations with me, yes.
Are you invited to the wedding? I mean, I imagine you would be.
Of course. Well, everyone important is.
Well, but I mean, especially considering, your relationship to them. Do you know? I mean,
You're not talking about the same wedding, right?
Yes. I mean, have you brought them with you?
Florence's, yes?
What?
They're on their way.
Wedding? That's what the one we're talking about, the Florence wedding.
No. I mean, they're your.
Which one are you talking about?
I mean, also, the king really does want to know where.
Oh, the king is part of this, to setting it up, I imagine.
Well, no, but I mean, it's going to be a state wedding.
Of course.
Probably you should have been here earlier. I mean...
important business, I mean, we were set by the king himself, so...
I don't think you know who we are. We have been sent by the king to go do things for the king, and now we're here, and it's okay, because we are with the king. So, it's fine.
Yes,
it will be certainly... It will be certainly a beautiful... And Harlock is saying this so that Severence here...
By the way, are Terrica's measurements still the same?
I'm sure that they are. I'm sure that they will look and like kind of pointed to Severance. I'm sure that they will look wonderful in the wedding attire that is
All
being
right.
prepared for them.
What?
Because you can't just stick around for. I mean, it's a bit awkward.
Yes. I feel like I'll start ushering Severance away. Well, there's much work to be done, much preparation, as you
I'm
know,
entirely sure what
our
those-
relationship to the
But
blushing wedding party. Let's do it later. Okay. Severance.
It's gonna be a wedding, Terrica's?
They're arranging a wedding for Terrica. They're going to explode.
Right, and you just let that happen.
I had nothing to do with this.
Well, you just, right there, you just played along with it.
Well,
Not even an ounce of rebellion or anything at all. You just went, oh, okay.
Severance, sometimes
It just
you
made
need
me
to...
feel like that we were actually letting it happen. You understand?
Severance! This is not someone who has any say, obviously. They're strictly a peon. Besides, sometimes you need to know when to work with the flow in order to gain more information. I shouldn't be having to
Don't
tell
tell
you
me
this.
how to talk to people.
I'm telling you how to talk to people. If you went in there and started arguing, they wouldn't have told us anything.
Did you hear about my Florence tactic? I was going to bring up the Florences, which is a completely made-up name, and then they would have told me more information, but that didn't happen.
I apologize. You're right. I should have gone with your plan instead.
Thank you.
people
Anyway,
wave at you if they see you in the palace halls
Terrica is going to lose it.
and whisper about you.
They polish the molding here.
It's very shiny. I almost can't look directly into it.
I don't think I like it.
Ugh.
Right? So, we should let Terrica know. How are we going to let Terrica know?
That's a good question.
We have 2 months.
Yeah.
We could stay here. I have an idea.
Okay.
We can. Oh boy. We have our meeting with King Olab.
We should
Let him
probably
know
do
what's
that
going
first.
on, and then we take the yacht and we take Gollum and we try to map out where we think the gambler is, and we meet them in the jumps.
We are faster. We could
We can't
probably
meet them in
do
the
it.
jumps, but we can meet them potentially
On the way.
on the way. Yes,
And that's
then
when the
we
runner
stop them and go,
comes.
ha, ba, 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 ba. And then
That's when the runner comes.
Yes,
And
hello.
The runner's like,
hello.
"Oh, Captain Harlock, we are ready for you."
Oh,
The king.
wonderful. Yes.
Oh, right, Captain.
Yes,
the
let's...
captain here.
You can't be both the admiral and the captain. Yes.
All right, I'm the admiral.
Yes, take us there. You.
And as you are being sort of led through, it's probably about this time when you get a ping, Severance, on your data pad.
Yes.
Um,
What is it?
a messenger ship must have come through, and therefore all records have been updated, and you get the ping noting that the pay for your pilot has gone through, and also for everyone else. You
good.
also
That
get a
means they're in
record
system.
of no, just the messenger is clearly the messengers come through system.
Okay.
And so you're seeing up all like the ship has been taking on low berth passengers, and you can see where it's like sort of hit a couple of spaces, and made some trading, made a good deal of money on mail. It's still on its way, but
Well, good.
seems as if the pay is a little bit different than
And before? Why?
you had put it down normally.
Okay. Let's take a look.
Yes,
so
the-
it seems as if the payment for refined fuel is 21,000. Yes, of course. Harlock 6,000. Valentine
It's the
6,000.
crew pay, really.
America 6,000. 4,000.
That's different.
2. Yeah, that's fine. And the Admiral has 6,000. Wait a minute. It doesn't quite add up. All right. Well, I.
Yes, the-
What do you think? 5,000 seem to be short in the funds. Payment has gone poorly, it seems. But I will have to figure that out later. I told you I don't trust Quint. Yes.
I believe I remember hearing something about that.
Well, they have stolen money from me.
Oh.
Yes, by giving them the title of purser, it seems as if they can go ahead and start funding their own payments, or at least trying to equate the payments of the crew. Uncertain why that is.
Well, that's something we can figure out, I imagine, when hopefully we can intercept them before they get here.
Right,
If
that
Terrica
would be
gets
something we
here,
could ask
it's
them.
not going to be. It's going to be terrible.
The good news is I don't need the money that badly just yet. But, well, you know what I bet it is? Never mind. We had that whole procedure with Wesley, so it's probably being taken out of this month's pay. All right, that makes sense. Anyway, yes. Everything looks pretty good. They seems to have been making some money on the way, so that's all right.
No, so...
But still, don't trust them.
Yeah, where's your trust meter at now?
Around where it was still.
Oh, well.
Not really any less than it was, but I'm still suspicious.
Not anymore either.
Yes, thank you. Your positivity is radiating.
I'm known for
you
that.
are ushered into the throne room.
Very well.
And off to the room this side, right? And when you come to the throne room, there's still like the statue of the queen, right? They've got the whole and all of that, but you're ushered off to the side. There are guards. The Star Guard is there.
Oh my gosh, the Star Guard, you mean like the Rocketeer Force?
Yes.
That you
yes,
told
the
me like in a
Rocketeer Force.
DM, and I was like, what the hell is this?
Yes. Yes. With the
So
big
mad that I've never been
jetpacks,
one.
the Rocketeer Force,
Yeah.
the knights, they're there. But like, it is very clear that this is all madness, and it's activity everywhere, and everything is very, very fancy. And you are ushered off into one of the side room where you had your meeting before. And when you are ushered in, you two, you see the king, the princess, the general, and, Lord Rax, who's the commander of the Star Guard, is there. And the king is quite upset. Quite upset.
And I think if are they ushered like right in to where there can be an addressing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think on seeing that, they're like, Your Majesty, beg your pardon. If it's a poor time, we can return another time. But if I may inquire,
And the door is shut behind you.
If I
and
may
then
inquire,
all of the sounds from the outside are dampened.
What seems to be troubling you, Your Majesty?
I have some questions for you.
Well, we in turn have some answers for you.
Question 1. What happened to the guest that I gave you to accompany you on your first mission?
Well,
the news say that she's been murdered.
Your Majesty, unfortunately, the Pirate Queen had returned to some of her old ways and was trying to... and leans forward and very under the breath, was trying to sabotage our mission.
I'm going to need a deception check.
I would love to do that.
Well, she
That was a crit fail on your end. There was no
But-
evidence
but
that was
I-
actually true.
I will say
Yeah, you're right.
that
Yeah,
was
it
a crit
was.
fail. However, we all believed
That's not a deception.
it. So it's not a
We
deception
truly believed it.
in
That
that
is
we
true.
believed that.
That is true. That is true. You do believe it. So, diplomacy.
Yeah, okay.
That's,
I don't know if that's
you're not lying to the king.
That's true.
not me.
Because you all do believe it.
Yeah.
You all do believe it.
Yeah, thank you. Because I was like, I genuinely remember
Although,
me being like, nope, this is bad. And now I'm like, oh yeah, that was why. Because it was
hang on.
yeah.
Although I will say, alternatively, the Harlock was not happy about this.
Of
That is
course.
also true.
And the Harlock is trying to cover for Severance a little bit.
That is also true.
because So
Thank you so much.
I think that
Thinking on he should have covered for me.
she will roll deception instead because maybe has a higher
Oh.
stat than I'm not a diplomat. I'm a spy.
Okay.
Would that
And
be
also-
under
That would be social
social?
social deception.
Neat.
The king is
Right.
very upset
Well,
since you murdered his ally
just
in season 1.
In season 1, thank you.
How do you want to help out with that, or just
8 seasons
Here-
later.
here we
What
go.
season are we on?
Season
Here
4.
we
Season
go. It's an 11.
He
How
goes,
mad is?
Oh, he's mad. What do you mean? She was going to sabotage this journey.
What was the name of the ship? The
The
assistant.
Sis and Die.
As it turns out, the Pirate Queen, who, as you could well see and tell, I had absolute trust in, and quite frankly looked, and like kind of as if sharing this information with everyone, quite frankly found to be a hero of mine, well, was storing material on the Sisendai as well as some additional hands. We almost
I
wouldn't
see.
have known if not for Severance here picking up on the trail.
Mm.
Yep, hold on. I switched switched note-taking thingies between seasons, and now I'm scouring, looking at old notes. And I have nothing from season 1. Awesome. Okay, here we go. Winging it. What was it? What was the question?
I just said that the Pirate Queen had hidden materials on the Sissenai and then also some extra pirate hands on there. And I did tell the king that if not for the quick thing, like Severance having picked up on it, we might have, our mission might have been over before it even began.
Well, we have a few other problems.
What might those be?
And what are those?
The Sis and Die claimed that they had been pirated of some small goods, but I received from you all a large amount of tithing, which I do appreciate. However, the discovery of the Pirate Queen's body on that ship and how the Sisendai responded to it resulted in different stories making its way about the system. They were arrested, and no one believes that they were pirated at all. They were recently executed for murder. And then I hear I receive no tithes from you for piracy in months. And the last thing I have heard is that not only have you not committed piracy, but the word is out that there are vigilantes attacking pirates, making the spaceways safer for all trade, which means the entire plan of disrupting trade by pirating the Imperium and the Aslan is going the exact opposite. Not only are they Am I not receiving funds to help rebuild Drinax? And not only is it not that there is a worries and whispers of piracy that might upset the Imperium and the Azenhirate, allowing us to come in as heroes, but instead it is the exact opposite. Now people feel as if there's no piracy at all, and there's no need for a reborn Drinax. What have you been doing? Why is it that you've been attacking pirates and not traders?
Your Majesty, if I may.
Yes.
We, in fact, come bearing the greatest tithing of all, which we wanted to bring you in person. A yacht with incredible speed capabilities. For your own personal use, of course. However, as per the other rumors and whispers, as one of your great leadership and attribution knows, sometimes in order to make believable moves, one must manipulate the chessboard in order to have things come to fruition at once, to beg the biggest of impacts.
What piracy have you been doing?
Well, what was it?
Besides other pirates.
Your Majesty, King Oleb, I stand before you today to humbly report on the progress and the achievements of our recent endeavors. It is with great pride that I recount the successes that our crew and I have brought to the Drinaxian name, and I assure you of our unwavering dedication to the glory and the prosperity of our great empire. First, let me highlight our recent triumph on the planet number 1. Through careful negotiation and strategic diplomacy, we have secured a favorable trade agreement that will benefit both Drinax and the people of Number 1. This agreement not only strengthens our economic ties, but also lays the groundwork for a future high port, a space station that promises to enhance commerce, travel, and our strategic presence in the region. The people of Number 1 are receptive to our vision, and with your continued support, we can bring this project to fruition, ensuring the mutual prosperity and bolstering the Drinaxian influence. Furthermore, I must commend the bravery and resourcefulness of our crew in dealing with a most recent pirate threat known as the Stalker. Our successful counter-piracy operation has not only safeguarded our interests, but also demonstrated the strength of the resolve of the Drinaxian forces. By turning the tables on these brigands, we have sent a clear message that Drinax will not be cowed by lawlessness, and our empire will stand resolute against any threat. Our journey has revealed a formidable adversary, Duke Merrymore. This enigmatic figure, once prominent member of the Imperium, has fled the watchful eye of the Imperium and continues dangerous cloning efforts on the fringes of known space. Through our investigations, we have uncovered secret cloning labs operated by Merrymore, posing a direct threat to our endeavors. These labs, found on Tik-Tik, where we successfully liberated our esteemed pilot, Terrica, and we neutralized the facility. During a critical moment, I posed as Duke Merrymore to ward off an Imperial inspection. The lead inspector was none other than Merrymore's wife. By assuming his identity, I was able to discern the vital information about Merrymore's activities. This subterfuge revealed that Merrymore's plans have far-reaching implications, directly impacting Drinax's efforts and our strategic goals. His actions undermine our stability and pose a significant danger to our realm. As we continue our journey, I seek your wisdom and guidance on several matters. Firstly, your counsel on advancing the High Port Initiative on Number 1 would be invaluable. Additionally, any insights into countering Merrymore's schemes and neutralizing his cloning operations would greatly aid on our ongoing efforts to protect Drinax. Furthermore, I propose a discussion on the fortifying our alliances and expanding our diplomatic reach to ensure Drinax's continued dominance and security. Your Majesty, King Oleb, I stand here not only as a servant of the Crown, but as a loyal advocate for the future of Drinax. With your support, we can, continued support that is, sir, we can navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities that lie ahead. Together, we shall ensure the legacy of Drinax. It endures and flourishes, bringing honor and prosperity to our people. I pledge by my unwavering loyalty and service to you, I am committed to the advancing these interests of our great empire. With all due respect, Your Majesty, we've been busy.
Let me ask you, in this busyness, have you resolved the mission that the princess has given you in my name on Torpal and Clark?
Sir, we have not been able to make our way towards Torpal or Clark. A mere princess's wishes is far beneath, dare I say,
These
the
wishes
king.
came from me.
Your Majesty, if I may. We bring this gift that, as I mentioned before, we wanted to bring by our own hands. It was rather unexpected and urgent that we got it to you as soon as possible, lest it fall into the hands of our enemies.
A nice ship. Does it have weaponry?
Someone who remembers.
Nope. No armor, no weaponry.
The
It's
yacht?
jump 4.
The yacht.
Yeah.
It's really fast and pretty.
Your Majesty, it is not a ship meant for fighting. It is a ship meant for something even grander. Espionage.
What makes this ship special?
It is a jump 4 ship, sir. We were able to make 4 jumps for systems within 1 week. That is double the Gambler. Sir, it is also a luxury yacht. It would fit. I would just sully the furnishings by just standing aboard without any sort of nobility that you have, and of course your daughter as well.
Jump 4 is interesting. That will be useful. This situation with the Stalker, you made our plans more difficult. We are supposed to be creating a piracy problem. This fate of pirates, this makes it seem as if there is less of a problem. This shall not do. The diplomacy is good, and if you need support with this high port, I will provide it, so that they can do what they wish. However, making alliances, while necessary, is not sufficient. Even if we get all of these planets on board to be part of a new Drinax, we will never be recognized as a polity unless we can make ourselves useful at solving the piracy problem, which was also part of your job.
Sir, may I speak freely?
Yes. Before you speak, no. My advisor, Lady Hill, spoke very strongly that you should not be put upon this mission. Said you are not to be trusted, and you should not be taken off of the surface of Drinax. However, Chieftain Galx, head of the Vexpexers, spoke very highly of you. He spoke of your loyalty to Drinax. He spoke of your ingenuity. He spoke of you being someone who would always get something done. And I believed him and his recommendation, and I denied Lady Hill her request, who she wanted upon this mission, instead. because I had faith in Chieftain Galx. He named you Baron for your deeds. Do not disappoint me. Speak freely.
Thank you. As far as creating a piracy problem, Sir Drinax, the Empire is a splinter between two mountains of an empire already established between the Aslan and the Imperium. If we were to then flag ourselves as pirates within the system and disrupt trade routes with all signs pointing to Drinax, we would be just history. We would be a smear amongst the stars. No one would ever even think of the planet gilded with gold with the floating palace ever again. We would be obliterated by both sides.
That is why you cannot let them know it is from us. You're supposed to be doing this in a stealthy way. Deception. Pirate
Your
the
Majesty.
Empire. Empire the Aslan, but don't let them know that it's from Drinax. What are you doing out there?
Correct. We are merely in step one of your plan, sir. We are stealthily, secretly pirating these ships. With the way that you are speaking to us seems as if you wish us to go and flag ourselves and carry some sort of Jolly Roger and fly that for Drinax. That is not what we intended, and I know that that is not how you intend it to be.
I want
strategy,
you to go
if
out
I am allowed
under
to,
some false name, pirate the Imperium, pirate the Aslan so that they know there's a problem, disrupt their trade, not under the name of Drinax, but under some false name, so that we can then come in, i.e. you, can come in later and solve the problem.
Your Majesty,
Correct.
if I may.
I am still on a point here. One moment,
Go on.
sorry. One moment, Captain. I'm just bored immediately. Just forgot what he was going to say. The name that you wish for us to carry around on our ship is not yet uttered yet, sir. We have, there is a mysterious, the fate of pirates, left by who? Do they have reports of who left the fate of pirates? Was it Drinax?
No, the reports is that piracy is less a problem now than ever before.
Yes, of course. We are the masked rider, sir. That is, cleaning up the streets. We are the vigilante, you see. And the strategy that would may be different between yours and mine, sir. I will freely tailor mine to better comfort you and the Empire. But as we were going, and as we were moving forward with this masked vigilante, a gambler and us, and our mission, we would then reveal that we would lift our mask after, and then reveal to the people that we have helped, that Drinax was behind it the whole time. Not to go in with separate different names and send you the tithes, and then for us to then come in on a different jump day and take them out. We can't be in two places at once, sir. Unless you would like us to take the yacht and the ship that we have gifted you, and then we will put it to use doing this, might I say, very risky strategy, sir. Or we can continue down the strategy you have hired me to do, sir.
Which is to disrupt Imperial and Aslan trade, in addition to diplomacy. If you need this second ship for your fleet, then by all means use it. But if you do not disrupt the Imperium and the Aslan Hierarch do not care if pirates are attacked that are not attacking their trade. They do not care if Trojan Reach ships are pirated. Every single one of these small ships from the Reaches that is pirated by those pirates out of Thieves does not matter to the Imperium or the Hierarch. They only care when their bottom line is bothered. You have to bother their bottom line. I commend you for taking out the pirate queen who was to betray us. And this information about some imperial duke is disturbing. And I want to find out some sort of way in which this can be. We can aid you in this matter. But I also commend you for beginning diplomatic relations as you have. We will need this, and we will need more. But as long as the Pirate and the Imperium trade ships are unmolested, they will have no reason to recognize us as a
Majesty.
stabilizing force. Yes.
We humbly accept and apologize that we have not gone by the letter of your will. I will say, by addressing the pirates in the way that we have but begun to tickle the wasp's nest, as it were. Oh, there will be problems for the Imperial and the Eslin Pirate. They will see their bottom lines affected, and by our method of going through this, it will not just be on our backs that we have to attack. It will be a far more noticeable issue that they will come crying to us to solve. And if I may, and then the Harlock looks directly at Lady. I would like also Your Majesty to note that all of our successes and the ways in which we've gone about this strategy would not have come to fruition without the guiding light of our Severence.
Now, Lady Hill says, Your Majesty, I think that both the Severance and my daughter, and the king goes, Child, your child.
Admiral Severance is fine.
I think both of them should be kept on the palace and not out flying.
Your Majesty, I would highly, highly disagree. If we are to complete the will of Drinax, we need all of the very best that we can have out there, and that is Severance and Terrica.
Correct.
They, and also directs that at Lady Hill too, they are the best that there is, and I would entrust no ship as fine as the Gambler under the piloting hands of anyone else.
I am inclined to agree. So, where is Terrica? Where is the ship?
They are rapidly on their way. Again, it was our belief that we should have this new offering to Your Majesty here as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And once again, as it has jumped forward, we were able to make time much faster.
This jump force ship will be quite useful. You are, of course, in charge of your fleet that you build for Drinax. Get other ships with other transponders. Have them work with you. I want tithing, I want credits, and I want the Imperium to suffer. And I want the Pirate to suffer. And I want us to come and save them all. And when this happens, we will unite the Reaches. And each of you will be honored.
The honor is in uniting the Reaches and doing Your Majesty's will. And the Harlock bows.
Can I get a diplomacy check from Severance, aided by the Harlock?
Yes. While I'm looking here, oh, that's not even the right one. Nope, that's still not it. As I'm looking here at our manifests and the gambler's specs, it seems as if we are unable to do what it is you require, which is to be either two places at once or to be under a completely different name. Yes, the ship is capable of doing it because of its holographic hull, but we lack the power supply to do it. A simple loan or a potential upgrade, it would be in order for us to successfully be able to pull out the strategy and the strategy you are so adamant about, sir. I don't mind doing it, but it is, right now, it is, we will be pinching pennies in fuel and power, sir, if we are to try to jump back and forth between maneuver, weapons, holographic hull. You see, it's a logistic nightmare currently.
Yes. So, you see, what you will need to do is pirate enough ships to get enough credits to buy whatever upgrades you will. We in Drinax have a palace, but we do not have the funds. This is part of your mission. All that you earn, you can use to rebuild and upgrade that ship. That ship is one of the finest commerce raiders there is in the entire reaches. Turn off your transponder. Raid those ships. Cause trouble. Get a false transponder. Earn enough money to do so. I hear that Thieves is the sort of place where that sort of thing can be done. Get secondary ships. Have them aid you. This is something I believe you, in particular, Severance, are quite experienced and capable in. There is a reason why you were chosen above objections. Your time as the Corsair proves to me that you have the connections and ingenuity to bring this to light. Terrica is one of the finest pilots that Drinax has to offer. The Harlock, you represent the future to me. A hopeful alliance between us and the Zodani. Something new and different, not burdened by the superstitions of the Imperium. And our good doctor, Valentine Morrissey, he is one of our finest minds. This is a crew that I believe in. Each one of you represents something important to me and to my dearly departed wife. Dr. Morrissey is from a seam. You, Severance, are Vexbexer from the surface. Terrica is of the palace, a noble. The Harlock, you, I hope, will be the beginning of a modern-minded alliance. I want each of you to stand as who we can be united in this space. But we are dying as a people. We cannot live on this palace with no air or food forever. Every year that goes by, we age and crumble and wither. We cannot survive. Indeed, the entire reaches cannot survive stuck in between these two vultures, disunited, weak, targets for raiders, lost. Only together can we make something better, something that will keep each of the people here safe and that will allow us to grow again. Chieftain Galx told me a story about you, Severance.
Right?
Something important. You said that when you were quite young, you discovered a living tree on the surface of Drinax.
Yes. Drinax is healing. A mere image of hope, sir.
You are that hope, Severance. Each one of your crew is that hope. But we are running out of time. Be bold. Disrupt those large powers that move through our home as if with their dirty boots, disrespectful as if we are all yokels forgotten. Prove them wrong. Save not just Drinax, but all of these planets. My wife, before she died, while trying to liberate a seam, told me of her dream to reunite all of these peoples. And I swore that I would carry on her dream. And this charge, not just for power or for glory or for luxury, but for something greater, is in your hands. You too, and the rest of your crew. Lady Hill, if you would excuse us, I have to speak with my naval advisors privately. Lady Hill shoots this dirty, dirty look at Severance and steps out. News has come my way. Terrica is set to marry an important imperial duke, who is here on the palace as we speak, and is expected to return to the core system of the Imperium afterwards.
An
That
Imperial
would-
Duke, sir.
Yes,
May we inquire as to who?
his name is Duke Hendrix. He's been moping about. What's important is his mother died, leaving him a spot on the Imperial moot. He is exceedingly powerful. And somehow, a marriage has been arranged between him and them. No doubt Lady Hill's doing. But I do not want my pilot taken away from this mission.
We would be in dire positioning if Terrica were to be removed for a mopey duke.
I do not mind if they get married if they so will it, but I will not have my pilot taken away. I hope you understand.
Nor should you. And nor will you.
Also, there is a happy surprise, one hopes. Dr. Morrissey's father should be arriving sometime for a banquet in honor of his son.
Well, I'm sure he'll be thrilled,
How thrilling.
Your
Yes.
Majesty.
You are to be commended for what you have done so far, and what you will do in the future. The fate of Drinax is in your hands. What is this about
Gilded.
an admiral? What is this?
So gilded, may I speak again freely?
Harlock looks at Severance.
Yes, you may.
You have mentioned many words today, many about hope and belief, ingenuity. But there is a word that you haven't said, and that was trust. It is a strong word that bonds many a people. Both you, me, and any of the Vespexers down still on the surface. They look up at the sky and they see the Golden Palace flying, and they trust that you will fulfill your wife's dream. And I trust you will as well. It doesn't go unnoticed that Lady Hill was dismissed for you to then commend us. Your openings today was to mention news that you have heard, but we've come straight here to tell you and to deliver tidings ourselves. News from us, your admiral, your hand-picked, your captain, your pilot, and your Drinaxian crew. We trust you. I just ask for the same when I leave this hall.
You would not have the gambler if I did not trust you. Your commendations, I did not dismiss Lady Hill so that she would not hear your commendations. I dismissed Lady Hill so that she would not hear that I will refuse her request to have Terrica be transported back to the center of Imperial space. Although I have been assured that is Terrica's wishes.
Your Majesty, I can assure you that is highly unlikely the wishes of Terrica.
Yes. Lady Hill is a great source of information. She knows what happens in planets quite far away, and can get that information faster than almost anyone. It is from her that I heard about the fate of pirates. She has ears and eyes everywhere. She's quite valuable, but she cannot overstep herself if her will contradicts mine. And my will rests in my trust in you. I hope you understand.
I do understand. It hasn't... The purest words that have been uttered and echoing off these halls, or off these walls, have bloomed when Lady Hill has left. I worry about the influence that she may have on you. That is all.
Do not worry, but not all things should be in front of her ears, which are quite large.
I understand, but her eyes see across system.
Yes, they
To
do.
deliver news faster than most.
Yes. Be aware of her reach.
You as well.
I am well aware. She reminds me. Every day. All the time. Quite often. Over breakfast. Over lunch. Over dinner. Whenever she can. Well, I will be keeping you all busy. Until the gambler arrives, we have court. We have reports. I want to get a full report. Come. We'll be having lunch. And can I get those diplomacy rolls?
Yes, you can.
Mm-hmm.
So for someone
Otherwise,
who...
I'm just going to keep role-playing. No, you can't. One more scene. Okay, so what am I getting? Diplomacy?
Yes,
Funny if
please.
I have that.
Do I have to help? I don't know if it will be
You
helpful.
do not have to help. You do not.
It may be.
I'm just gonna jack of all trades this. And
Social
what
standing.
social standing jack of all
Yep.
trades?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I love this character.
Yeah, sorry, I
Okay.
don't think I'm gonna help you if I
What
actually.
did I get? 11. 11. I'm
By
gonna
the
spend all my
way-
luck. I'm gonna spend all my luck.
Do
All
it,
right.
do it.
It's 14.
Okay. Well, I was a bit surprised to hear of this admiral title of yours, since that was not a title I gave you. But, as you have arrived with a second ship, a fleet of more than one needs an admiral, and it is fine that you are such. I will make a declaration. I will announce to the court Admiral Severence of the Vexbexers. So honored, it shall be spoken aloud and reverberant through the halls. The Harlock, you and I should take a walk about the palace at some point in time to discuss possible futures.
Of course, Your Majesty.
You are, my understanding, is not married, is that correct?
That is indeed correct.
Good. Good, good. Let's discuss perhaps a prize. My son's hand in marriage. Come. And he, if you are successful at least.
Indeed. I think, like, as the king turns, Harlock shoots a quick look at Severance and then goes to follow.
And as we put the curtains for our break, there will be a few weeks of madness there's a massive wedding being planned, and there are sort of trickles coming in, like maybe, in like another 2 weeks, another sort of financial update on where the gambler is coming in. And this only comes because you are the operators of the ship. No one else would get it. The king does, of course. But there will be a sort of whirlwind of activity until they arrive. And when we get back from break, the gambler will be here. My friends, we will see you in 10. Welcome back, everyone, for the second part of our penultimate episode of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. While our diplomats, technical leaders, are running about dealing with being run ragged in many different ways, including some things they don't yet know about, but they will. Speaking of people who don't know things yet
Hi.
about what's happening on the planet,
What? What's up?
the gambler has made its way into system, and it's making the very long flight from the jump point to the Golden Palace. And if I recall correctly, you wanted to have a quick conversation with your crew before you got there.
Yes.
I've rounded all 2 of them up.
Okay, thanks. So things haven't been great for the last couple of months, and
Wesley looks still a little green. Like, he's a little bit better, but, like, he took the space sickness pretty hard. Because he was...
And Terrica would have, like, got them all,
We
like,
got
little
been
mugs of
space sick on
tea.
this past leg either, so that's bad if he's still...
It must have been real bad if he, like, because he was healing, and then it was space sickness, and then it was space sickness, and then it was space sickness,
and then it was okay. And then it was space sickness,
and then it was
space sickness, and then we're okay. It's a lot of jumps, a lot of space sickness.
Oh, it was so bad.
So bad.
I think the tea that Terrica would have, like, gotten for everyone, especially anyone who still looked ill, like Wesley,
like a ginger peppermint, like a ginger mint tea.
Yeah. It would have been like
the only thing that's gonna help this nausea.
It would have. I mean, we all know how much like Terrica throws up, right? So like, it would have been the thing that like not their mother.
We had to replenish on every stop.
Exactly. Like, Lady Hill would have not given this to them. I think that it was Quintessa, who was like the like maid of the house, who gave this to Terrica on a regular basis. And whenever they were not dealing with space sickness, this is what they would have been like giving to other people. So that's what they have like given to everyone at the table now. As everyone's kind of like all 4 of us. I assume, well, Val's probably in his room.
Val knows. Val doesn't have to be here for this conversation.
Val does know. Val's tinkering on the suit.
Val's not been very present the past 8 weeks.
He picked up some parts. And he's working on
and tended to
suit.
Illness as necessary. Which
Wait,
was a shocking amount. Mm-hmm. So much.
We saw what happened. Oh, good. They would all get mugs of tea. Terrica would, well, this time they wouldn't do the like wrist test on the tea for Odell, but they would like make sure that like the tea cup is like cool. Like they wouldn't give him a hot teacup.
The professor, by the way, just came in, picked up tea, and then with a book, reading a book, and then walked back into his quarters.
Oh, perfect.
Not
He does
to
not
realize
need to be here for this.
that there's
a
thing.
meeting going on. Yeah,
no,
fine.
just...
Good. We're glad for
that is good. He does not need to be here for this.
Nope.
He also didn't realize y'all were there. He just was like,
or where the tea came from, or
like, just was like, oh, and then it's like,
there's warm. The kettle's warm. Here we go. Thank God, the last cup of tea I made, the kettle was cold, and I didn't realize until I got back to my room, and the tea hadn't steamed.
Then I just had to make it a cold brew, and when I returned to the cup, it was steeped. How many hours is that? No one knows.
No one knows.
No one knows.
Is Terrica standing or sitting?
No, Terrica would be like sitting at the table with everybody else.
Udell climbs up on your lap.
I think actually this time, I mean, it's been 2 months of dealing with these kids, right? So like this time Terrica just like puts their arm around him and like kind of just like situates him so that, you know, he's comfortable and they're comfortable, right? Like,
and he just sort of like leans up on Terrica's shoulder and just starts falling asleep.
And they'll just like rest like one
Some
hand
people
here.
have been keeping those kids doing a lot of stuff, including gymnastics and
Yes,
swimming.
gymnastics, swimming. Kids love to be physical, and it's good for them.
Thank goodness Quinn was here. Like, on so many levels.
So
Odell's actually
is just
showing
like
a promise. Yes.
So Odell's just like here, like sitting, and his head is just, and Terrica's got like one hand, like, you know, on his head, just sort of like, you know like when a little kid like rests their head on your shoulders and you just kind of like make sure that their head doesn't fall while they go to sleep.
Just kind of stroke their hair absentmindedly like a cat.
Yeah. Exactly.
Cats are toddlers, toddlers are cats. It's the same thing.
Like a cat.
And I will just note for the record, Helma is sitting right next to Wesley. Just like
assumes nothing less.
Like if she could be
13-year-old.
sitting on top of Wesley, like she would be, is what I'm imagining.
Like, just a little bit, like, move the chair over. Do you know what I mean? And Wesley's like, because Wesley's not feeling so great, and like just Helma's right
poor
there.
guy. Terrica will give Wesley a look like, do you need me to ask you to, like, do you need me to step in here? Like, okay.
And Stanfield,
So
by the way, is just like drawing on the walls.
I
Is it
imagine
with
that Quint has
non-permanent
gotten
marker?
a non-permanent for
Okay.
so that it just
Okay.
wipes up real easy. Yeah.
Perfect. Then Terrica's not going to make a big deal about something we can wipe away.
Uh-huh.
It'll be a great thing for the kids to take care of later.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Kareen's seat is empty.
Guess it is.
Yeah. I think when Terrica's making the tea, they would accidentally pull out one mug too many. And there would be that moment of just like, and then like putting it away and closing the cabinet door. So they're sitting there and they're like, I know that this has been a really hard journey. And I have not been the kind of captain that any of you deserve. Quint, you've done a fantastic job, though.
You've been great. Says
No,
Wesley,
Cap,
of course.
you
Bless
deserve far, far better than what's happened over the last couple of months.
It's just a bit kind of rough. And Stanfield goes, "It sucked."
It did.
Kids also have low endurance, and so they were also quite sick.
Yep.
And cranky.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my fault. As you're, so what I'm trying to say is, well, there's two things. One, we're headed back to Drinax, and we might have to go see the king while we're there. Those of us who are on the crew. And Terrica will specifically look at Evan and Wesley at this point. And then they'll look at the kids and say, but you are excused because of your special duties that you need to take care of on the ship. So you'll stay here on the ship, okay?
And Stanfield salutes badly.
Terrica looks super uncomfortable with the salute. Like don't salute me.
And then he goes back to drawing on the walls. He's actually pretty decent. He's 11. He's not that bad.
Yeah, so we're getting actual landscape drawings with a, vicious beast that looks somewhat like a beast and has teeth that are bigger than arms kind of thing.
Yes. A little bit of Trogdor. Little Trogdor.
Gotta love the Burninator.
He burninates the countryside.
And
the peasants.
Yeah.
Little flames.
Yeah.
Little
Thatched roofed cottages. Yeah, anyways.
And they'll just say,
Helma thinks her brothers are immature. Not like her.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, because she is so mature at 13.
Yes, that is correct. And she's just looking she's just performing maturity, which you're right now, you're just kind of sitting listening to the captain, so there's really not much to do, but you can tell that she's trying to show that she's very mature.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. And
We
stealing
appreciate
glasses
that
at Wesley.
behavior, so we will encourage it.
Mm-hmm. I will take maturity. Maturity is great.
Maturity's
Let's all
great.
pretend like we're adults here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Terrica will add, but Quint has been doing a great job, and back on Drinax, we're going to meet up with the Harlock and Severence, and then they'll kind of shift Odell so that he can rest a little bit more comfortably, because I assume at this point he's completely out.
Yeah, yeah.
So at that point, you'll have your real captains back. I understand if you want to leave the ship after this. I would ask that you at least consider the fact that Quint has been here and has done a fantastic job. And I would ask you to consider that the entire time that we had the Harlock and Severance leading this ship, it went really well and none of us got sick. And I would just I would ask you to consider those things when you're making your decision. But there's
But we're family. Why would I go anywhere?
Well, there's something else you need to know. We are a ship that has been charged with bringing Drinax back to its glory. And we have a specific mission. And then they're going to look, and they're going to realize that they cannot talk about the privateering mission in front of these children because these kids have no ability to keep a secret.
That is correct.
And so they're going to say instead, and because of that, we will need to have a reckoning with the king. Now, I need to walk you through what all of that looks like. But I know that both of you, and she looks at, I forgot the older kids' names again. So
Helma and Stanfield.
Thank you. Helma and Stanfield. She looks at them. She's like, Helma, Stanfield, what I need you to do is to continue your athletics training carefully while we're gone. I need you to make sure that nobody enters the ship while we're gone. And most of all, I need you to take care of Odell. Can you do that?
And Helma says, well, I mean, I thought I could go with Wesley.
Wesley, unfortunately, has another mission, but this is part of what working on this ship means. That sometimes we don't get to go with the people we love.
Sometimes people just stay behind. After all, we stayed behind here while Severance and the Harlock took the other ship.
And Stanfield's like, when are we going home?
That will be determined after we talk with the king and Val.
Yeah.
Okay. And he goes back to drawing the Burninator.
So for now, I need the two of you to go to your room and put together exactly what you plan to do with your aerobics training and then come back here in 15 minutes with your plan. Can you do that?
And then Helma, who's been looking at Wesley's eyes, because they're very dreamy, is like,
Yes.
Wait, what? What are we supposed to do?
You need to go build your athletics training plan for Quint to review.
Oh.
I need you to do that now.
Fine.
Thank you.
Come on, Stanfield.
Here, would you take your brother too?
There's like a
Because the last thing we need is Odell to wake up in the middle of this.
And so she walks over and she hits Odell in the back of the head. She's like, "Oh
no,
wake
Terrica
up."
will
And he's like,
Terrica will tuck him away. No, Terrica would totally tuck him away from They have enough athletics. They could take the shoulder hit. But the jar, I'm sure, is still very that's what wakes him. Oh, hang on. You're gonna go with Helma.
Odell, you need to. If you're going to sleep, you have to do it in your room.
It's okay.
This time.
I miss my dad.
I know. We'll do story time again tonight. Go on.
And Helma grabs her brother's little hand and
drags him
marches
along.
him. Yeah, drags him along.
And after they're gone, and we hear the door shut, right? There is no possibility of them
and then
hearing
Quint
this.
will also make sure the door is shut to the area that we're in. And then temp lock it.
And Sue's like, "Do you want me to lock them in?" Because Sue just apparates.
So
yes, but if they try to get
15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let us know if they if they try to get out.
Of course.
Thanks, Sue.
It's nice seeing you again, Quint.
Likewise.
And he just disapparates.
Terrica will shoot Quint a look, because I assume that these kind of comments have been happening more and more regularly over the last.
They have been.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So and now Terrica's coming enough out of their withdrawal that they're starting to notice things
actually noticing
again,
it now.
Finally. Yeah, I think this is like, before it was just like, oh God, everything is awful and it's the end of the
Yeah.
world and I'm dying. And now they're like, everything is shitty, but maybe I won't die. So once everyone, and then Sue is gone and the doors are closed, or yeah, and the doors are closed, Terrica will say, we have a letter of marque to privateer. The idea being that if the scourge of the pirates is bad enough, then we can come in and save things and prove that Drinax is capable of doing that. Now, you have already seen that we are more than capable of taking care of actual pirates. And that's what we will do eventually. But before then, we must privateer. And I understand if that is not what you're interested in doing. And I understand if, especially considering these last couple of months, that this is not.
A little rough.
Yeah.
Wesley looks
So
a little
you have
confused.
a choice.
Evan has like furrowed his little Varger
Yeah.
brows.
If Kareen were here, she'd be like, knew
Yeah.
it. She wouldn't care. She has zero fucks to
Kareen
give.
would not have. She would have been the one to like stick around.
Yes.
Yeah.
She
She'd be like,
would have been the one to
"All
stick
right."
around.
Yeah, if she were still on the ship.
I know.
Yeah, she would
Ow!
hear.
Oh, look at that stab in the side.
Oh no, that
So
wasn't for you
old.
two.
That was for
me.
the Harlock and
Oh.
Severance.
I
That's
still
Yeah,
took
'cause
the
they don't-
stab in the side.
Rocket and
No,
Corks.
I'm
They
just-
didn't know
yeah.
that Kareen's no longer with
Yeah.
us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, oh.
And Wesley goes, but being a pirate makes you one of the bad guys.
Sorry, my internet totally flashed out. What did Wesley
I
say?
just saw it. Wesley says, but being a pirate makes you one of the bad guys. Crash Jones fights pirates.
This is why you have a choice, Wesley.
Why would you do bad things? I don't understand. I mean, we're supposed to be heroes.
We will be.
But if you do bad things and then you're just pretending to be a hero, then you're a fake hero.
There's no reason to say we can't stop actual pirates while we are stopping the fake pirate problem.
Like we did before, but
I thought we were good guys.
Wesley, the world is not a place of good guys. It's a nice fantasy, right? It's something that we're taught and we're trained for years that people are good and kind, and but the reality is so much more muddled than that.
It's not always black and white. There are many shades of gray.
We're supposed to be good guys. Val saved me from...
Yeah, he
Does
did.
that make what Val did any less good?
You're not supposed to be going around... You're not supposed to...
Technically, we have a letter of marque. It's legal. And Terrica will actually pull out the letter of marque, which they
This
have
huge
kept
scroll,
in their room.
right?
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. And they'll be like, and they'll lay it out and they'll say, technically, we are doing this legally.
Wesley looks confused. Evan goes, excuse me, but if there is no kingdom of Drinax, then this isn't actually legal.
Drinax does exist. It's just not recognized yet.
Which makes this piracy and not privateering. If it were
I
recognized...
wouldn't bring that up to Drinax.
well,
Just quick quits.
if Drinax were recognized, then this would be taking some sort of tariffs for people not paying them, but duties. But this Drinax isn't recognized. No. I don't know about Wesley, but I haven't had much to do besides look after your professor. And I imagine if you're a pirate, you don't really need a steward.
I would like to think that not every jump will be that there will be times where we will need a steward, especially once we can get the children back home and we have more free rooms.
Those children, Evan leans forward so they can't hear, even though they still can't hear, have gotten my fur very sticky. I don't even know what
And for
they
which we are
got their
very
hands
sorry.
into to get their fur
You
sticky.
never know.
I've wiped down so many things on the gambler. I understand. I understand.
On the topic of the children, I don't know if we will be the ones taking them all the way to New Moscow. That is an imperial space and a great deal away. I don't know what Val was doing waking them up, but I think that is an issue that will have to be dealt with while we are on Drinax, or at least
Agreed.
a decision made.
Agreed.
I suspect, no offense, that Dr. Morrissey woke them up to torture me. Do you know how many patches of fur I had to cut out?
I'm sure Val didn't mean to torture you at all.
I'm joking.
And
It's Vargar humor.
oh, I'm so sorry. My head is still a little fuzzy.
Captain Terrica, you should know something about the Vargar. All my life, I've had to deal with racism. Because everybody here in the Reaches think that all Vargar are all pirates. That all we do is pirate. I walk down into a spaceport and people make jokes, or they don't want to talk to me because they think, oh, I'm a Vargar. Vargar are all pirates. They sneer. I worked my whole life to be an honest trader of fish. Because my whole life everybody treats me like some sort of criminal just because I'm Vargar. And now you're telling me you want me to be the same thing I've spent my entire life running away from.
We have ways. It cannot be tied back to the gambler. The piracy will not be tied back to the gambler. So your name can still remain clean. And in fact, you do not have to take part in any of it.
If I'm
And
on
I would
this ship,
never
I'm
ask
taking
that of
part.
you.
If we get captured by the Imperium, doesn't matter if I say I wasn't doing it. Being part of the crew makes me a pirate. It makes me a criminal. And it confirms all the thoughts they think about Vargar. And you didn't tell me.
You're right. Honestly, I had hoped to never have to tell you. But
Would you have told me when we got captured? We went through an Imperial checkpoint. They could have found something and I could have been arrested. Then would you have told me? When did you think it would be appropriate to let me know that I was serving aboard a pirate vessel?
that is a fair accusation. I don't know, honestly. I don't have a good answer for you.
I need to talk to the Harlock.
Fair. I would ask, regardless of your decision, that you not share the information that I've given you so far.
No. I wouldn't do that. I'm honorable.
Yes, you are. And I do appreciate that about you. You are honorable and you do an excellent job.
Fantastic, Stuart. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
You saved my life back on Marduk, all of you, which is why I'm here. I just wish you could have been honest with me.
We should have been. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you know this, but my mother is in an imperial prison for piracy. I didn't grow up with her. I promised that I wouldn't do that to anybody I cared about. I need to think about all this. But I'm disappointed in your dishonesty. By the way, I'll make sure dinner is served in 2 hours. And he gets up and he goes to his room.
It went a little better than I thought, actually.
And
How do you
Wesley's
do it, Wesley?
right there,
And I
just
I
sitting there,
look at him. Yep.
like he's like, well, that was intense.
Yep. And I just turned at him. How are you doing, Wesley?
I think that Evan was a little bit harsh. I'm so sorry. That wasn't very nice.
Well,
It's
he
more
was
restrained than I
fair.
anticipated, honestly.
Honestly, yeah, he was fair. And Wesley, regardless of what you choose, even if you don't want me to be your legal guardian anymore, whatever you need for you to be the kind of person that you want to be, that's what I'm going to support here.
I know that you couldn't be there when I got out of surgery because you were sick. I know that. And
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Val wasn't there either because he was taking care of you, but Quint was here, and
Yeah, Quint is amazing.
I don't want to do anything bad.
Wesley?
That's not what Crash Jones would do.
I'm not going to ask that of you. You don't have to board a ship. You don't have to. All you need to do is repair the gambler if that's what you want to do.
And we're not asking you to decide right now. You can think about it.
You can, yeah.
Ask more questions.
Why do you have to be pirates? Why can't you just be normal traders, just trading around the stars, just like, you know?
Traders don't make enough money, is my bet.
But it's
Well,
honest
that's
money.
it. You need to get officially This is how you explain it. In order to get officially recognized, we have to solve the pirate problem. But isn't enough of a pirate problem, so we have to make a fake pirate problem in order to solve it. And we can stop real pirates when we're solving it as well. It doesn't just have to be the fake piracy.
Otherwise, we can get crushed between the two of them.
You know what you could do? You could just ask the Imperium to come in, and then the Imperium would come and take over and save you all from the Aslan.
We would not be Drinax then. We would be the Imperium. Well, I know you see the Imperium differently, but Wesley, that is never something that Drinax will go for.
Not all planets wish to be under an umbrella government. Many wish to be self-governed.
Well,
it's a matter of pride to a certain extent.
It's who we are.
Crash Jones was supposed to go and find the heart that would go and unite all of the Trojan Reaches. It was a prophecy in the serials, I mean.
I would love to see the Trojan Reaches united.
Who's to say Drinax can't be that heart that unites them all?
No, the heart's a person. It's a woman
Person.
who was a pilot in the old times. Her name was Amelia Earhart. She's the heart
Oh,
of the Trojan Reaches.
I've heard of Amelia Earhart.
Yeah, it was part of the new one. It
Famous
was the big
submarine
reveal.
pilot. Yes.
Yeah. And she somehow found her way through a portal into our time, and then
Atlantis.
Crash Jones has Yes, Atlantis, and Crash Jones has to find her because then she can
did see
unite
that
everybody.
episode. It's also
it's so
there's
good.
also an old Solomon tale. But yes, we're getting distracted, and I turned back.
Wait, was that the
Terrica.
one we watched like 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Yes, we were both pretty sick. But that's
Yeah,
where
it
he
was
was
not
looking for.
great.
He was looking for the heart in the underwater city of Atlantis.
I mean, Wesley, I wish that real life was like everything out of Crash Jones, where there is
Me
a
too.
beautiful solution at the end of the tunnel, and that people were just purely good and or purely evil.
bad.
But it's not like that, Wesley. In the rest of the world, people are this awful mix between the two, where they aim for the best and somehow land in the worst. But it doesn't mean that good things can't come out of it. And it doesn't mean that there can't be something like that a planet or a group of people or a whole new being couldn't help unite the entirety of the Trojan Reaches to be something new and amazing.
Do you know, I wasn't born with the name Wesley. I chose
I
it
had a feeling. Why'd you choose Wesley?
because that's Crash Jones's name. Wesley Crash Jones. Crash Jones is probably when my dad died, and it was just my mom and my sister and me. It wasn't a great time for me. My mom wasn't nice or supportive. And the only hero that I knew was Crash Jones, who was Soleimani like me. And Crash Jones wasn't like everybody else, like from a different place and time. I felt the same way, that I didn't fit with anybody around me. And Crash Jones always did the right thing, would never leave anybody behind. If his friend got captured, go and save them, wouldn't lie, would always do the right thing because Soleimani always do the right thing. And,
Not all Solomani.
well, I guess. Anyway, I wanted to be a man like that. Somebody who would, other people could rely on, like you.
I do rely on you. You are that man, Wesley.
But I mean, pirates kill people.
We don't have
They
to.
just...
There's nothing in that letter of marque that says we have to kill anybody.
Not all
And in fact,
pirates kill
I
people.
would really like to not do that. Murder leaves a black stain on your soul in a way that you can't ever scrub it out.
Val burned that man alive in front of my face.
I know. I'm so sorry you saw that.
And it smelled so bad.
I can imagine.
I don't want that I want to be a hero. I want to do bold things and save people and have songs written about me or write songs about you all. And I just want a family that accepts me and loves me and wouldn't say terrible things about me all the time.
Wesley, regardless of what you choose here, I'm always going to accept you. You are an amazing who made choices for himself, who got himself away from an awful situation. You are the kind of person who does save people, and you're the kind of person I would do everything within my power to save. I can't promise that everything will be roses in the future because that would be a lie, and I won't do that. But if you want to stay in your room when the piracy happens, you can. If you... And when we get to the point where we can be on the saving side and we can be stopping it, there will be songs sung and tales told, and I would love if they could be about you.
That would also give you enough time to train to be able to do the things to write the songs about.
Quint is really good at it. He could show you everything. I mean, she is really good at that, so you could learn from them if you wanted.
Well, I don't know what it's going to mean, but I can't go.
Do you need... Wait. I don't want you to make this decision because you don't have money. Do you need money? Like...
I have been paying you.
Yeah, but I can't go.
What do you
Why?
mean?
Well, I mean, Terrica's my legal guardian, and I mean, you can't just run away from your legal guardian a second time. That makes you a quitter. So, you know, just can't. I guess anyway, I am a pirate in my own way, since I stole 1,000 credits from my mom so I could get off that planet. I was going to pay it back, though.
You still can.
I
So
will.
this money from privateering.
It's much more lucrative. Yeah, I don't want to lose you, Wesley, but if you wanted to go, I want you to make this decision because you want to, not because you feel like you have to.
I'm gonna, I don't have a home anymore. This is the only home I know. So,
I understand. You can make homes anywhere, though.
yeah, but none of y'all would be there.
This home will
That's the
welcome you
kicker.
for as long as you want to stay.
Well, maybe we could just think about not pirating anybody ever, and we could just go around saving people all the time. Find the heart
We're
of
going-
Drinax.
Heart of Drinax.
Being a pirate
Wesley,
doesn't mean we can't save people.
we
Also.
will save people.
I mean,
And
technically, we've been pirates this whole time. So, and look how many people we've saved. How many planets we've helped. Entire planets.
I suppose that's true. I suppose you did. Well,
we'll continue to do that.
let me go whittle on it a bit.
You do
Yes.
As much time as you
Also-
need.
Evan was a bit mean. I'm sorry.
No,
No,
he
that's-
really, I deserved that.
No, you
Wesley,
don't.
It was a better reaction than I expected, honestly. So
yeah.
Okay. Well,
Wesley, will you promise not to tell anyone what we've told you here, though? Regardless
Oh,
of what
no.
your decision is.
no. Just like Quint wouldn't tell anybody about what, you know, what they found out about my genetics.
Mm-hmm.
that's between us.
I don't even know.
See?
Nope. But apparently, well, talk about it later. I guess I'll meet the king. Whew.
Well, you decide first, because if you don't want to be a part of this, you don't have to meet the king.
I don't have anywhere else to go. Anyway, maybe I'll be a good influence.
That is a guarantee.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere. Because, I love you all, so.
Oh, I love you too, Wesley. You're
But- We're going to get rid of the kids, right? Because,
oh my God, yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. And also, anyway, I'm getting really good at the engine, so.
Thank goodness for that.
And I don't yet know how to pilot one of these things, so.
You'll
get there.
learn. We'll teach you.
Lots
I'll
of
teach you.
training.
I'm gonna.
I'll show you how to do one of those corkscrews. I mean, I'm not trying to pressure you, but
No, it's okay. I'll head back to the bridge. Y'all can get ready before we hit the station.
All right.
Okay. And I promise I will be less awkward in the water next time for the lessons.
You're doing fine, Wesley.
And everybody flails. Everyone flails.
This is why I reduced the water level for now.
Can I ask just one question before I go?
You can ask any question anytime.
You disappeared from the ship. We had to go save you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, Val set somebody on fire. So, you're not Zodani, are you?
No. But there is a conversation we should have at another time. But I'm not Zodani.
I'm not Zodani either. Neither is Val.
Val?
No.
Okay.
No. Not even close. But Zodani are not bad, Wesley.
Are you
I
kidding?
know. I know what Crash Jones says.
It's not just Crash Jones. They invaded the Imperium and slaughtered, I don't know, millions of people, conquered planets. Not where I'm from, of course, but, way more forward, but. they're
But not
killers.
everybody is like that.
They're like an evil empire, just invading people and killing them.
Not everyone in an empire is all good or all bad.
It goes back to that whole not being entirely one thing or another, Wesley.
A lot of Solomani hate the Imperium. A lot of Solomani. Not all Solomani. So see? I do the nose
That's
thing.
not what Crash Jones says, but I'm gonna go hit the bridge. If any of you all have psionic powers, you wouldn't mind control me, right?
No, if anyone
No.
tries to mind control you, Wesley, I'll stop them.
And you can see it's like, whoa, this is like heads toward the bridge with like people with psionic powers, maybe. Like, oh, there's a lot, right? And he's like,
Yeah, Terrica's like, we're not having that conversation after all these other conversations.
and it's only maybe another 6 or 7 hours before you get the
Woo!
ping.
The ping. We're landing. And we
Here
already
we
made
go.
the roll to land. We don't have to do
We
it again.
did make the roll to
We
land.
did do
That
it.
is correct.
We're good.
Oh.
And
Those rolls were already made.
when the ship docks,
Yeah, are there people waiting for us? I hope not.
there are people
Oh.
waiting for you.
Oh, no.
I think Terrica would change, actually. Hang on a sec.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to ask, I need a luck roll from Severance and also from the Harlock. And then I need to make one too. 4 from
That's
our
just
Corsair.
Because I
8
spent
for
all
me.
of my luck.
Hang on.
Okay. I win.
Oh, no.
Neat.
Who's on the dock?
The gambler lands.
Oh, no. Oh, I hate this.
Now-
I love it.
Same.
This crew has been told that they should be alerted when the gambler arrives. And there is a messenger who goes to alert you right away.
This is so bad.
But they're not the only
However-
messenger or the first messenger.
They are somewhat delayed.
Uh-huh.
So the Harlock and Severance, you are given word that the gambler has arrived.
Good.
Just
Which day?
15 minutes after Lady Hill gets word.
Oh.
Yep.
seems about right.
Yep. I knew what that. Yep. Okay.
Wow.
Here we go. I'm so
so-
sorry.
Be prepared, my friends, the Harlock and Severance, to rescue this group of people. As the door opens, there stands Lady Hill, resplendent, in all white, with sort of like black accents.
Is there
She
anyone
moves
else with her?
forward? She has guards in the background, but her husband, your father, is not here. And she strides up. She probably has people around, but this is not a full retinue, interestingly enough. That she doesn't have the whole bells and whistles and all of the people to see what is being said. And she strides up to where you all are with a bit of a smirk. And she starts walking up the gangplank to your ship.
Terrica, can Terrica enter Lady Hill's mind?
What would you like to do?
Have a conversation, a mental conversation with her.
That is going to be a difficult role.
Quint is just standing, like, arms crossed, like, bodyguard position over, like, one of Terrica's shoulders. Whichever shoulder, because Quint would have asked whichever shoulder Terrica would prefer Quint to stand behind, like, whatever's traditional in Drinax, because I offered, because you told me there's an assassin here, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yes, there is.
So I'm
I
hanging out.
need you to roll your telepathy.
Telepathy, excellent. Oh, hang on. There we are.
And once you'll have to spend 2 psi points for this.
Okay. I will spend 2 psi points for this. Oh.
So if Lady
Nice.
Hill were psionic, that would be enough. But Lady Hill is not psionic, so that is not enough.
I'm
a
debating. Actually, I will. I would like to spend. How much luck do I need to spend
4.
to 4 luck?
4 luck.
Let's do it. This might be a bad move considering we have an assassin out here, but let's do it.
This, by the way, is send thoughts.
Oh, okay.
This allows you to send
Because
thoughts
she's
to
not
Lady Hill.
telepathic back, so.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
The voice
Only good
that
old telepaths can have like a nice conversation back and
Two-way
forth.
chat.
whole
Woo!
mental conversation. Okay.
Yep.
Um,
You've all been hanging out with other psionics, so it's been very nice and pleasant. That's what it's like for the
Oh, that's
Harlock
nice.
all the
So
time. But,
oh, that's so much better.
that's why there's not a lot of lying in Zodani space, because,
How could you lie?
yeah. So you reach out. What do you say?
The voice that Terrica uses is a much deeper voice than we've ever heard them use. And they simply say, did you have my entire crew killed? Or did you think
No.
No.
No. Freeze.
No.
No. We lost them.
The internet went out. No.
No.
So there is this intense did you
Stare.
have my entire stare down? And I think in this moment where Lady Hill clearly came to have a conversation with Terrica without witnesses,
Oh, they're back. They're back.
Terrica said, "Did you have my entire crew killed, or
did you think slavery was a mercy? And then they're just going to stare down Lady Hill and they're going to start walking down the gangplank, like step by step by step in a way that looks like Terrica might murder Lady Hill if she keeps trying to walk up the gangplank.
Keeping pace, the appropriate number of paces behind you, ready to back you up.
Lady Hill pauses, but Lady Hill is very good at keeping composure and continues to walk towards you. Harlock and Severence, across the way, you are make your way through this sort of bustle, and you come towards the dock, right? The berth, and you can see the gambler there, and you can see Lady Hill, all in white with sort of black accents, stepping up towards the gangplank, and you can see Terrica walking down towards the gangplank, and Terrica seems a little murderous, and Quint is next to them.
Neutral spy face. Just
Neutral spy face. And you two are moving forward, and I need us all to do me a quick favor.
yeah.
Could you all roll initiative?
Oh no.
Oh boy. Oh, okie dokie.
Just for no reason.
Sure can.
If Lady Hill actually touches the gangplank, I have something I want Terrica to say.
Okay. Everybody roll initiative before we
Isn't
end
that just 2d6? Oh no,
under
there's a
combat.
way I do this.
It's under combat.
There's a button
either
in
you
the
get your
combat tab. Under
and you get your choice either intellect
Oh, wait.
or dexterity, because either one of those things help you
Thank
with
you.
quick reactions.
Hey.
Oh.
Combat. Roll initiative.
Because I just want to make sure we do this in order before we end the episode.
Oh god.
Hey, look at all us on 9s except for the Harlock. Speedy Harlock.
I'm quick.
Woo!
Got as fast as
I'm gonna roll initiative 3 times.
Okay.
This one
Oh no.
gets a +2. That's a 9.
9. Same as
Nice.
us. Most of us.
Real fast, I
This
can
one-
flick a rocket Lady Hill's head.
Gets a +3.
Oh no.
Another 9.
9.
Ooh,
9's the
interesting.
magic. We're all going on 9. It's gonna be like mad dash.
And this last one gets a +4.
Oh, 12.
Oh, that's her.
Or 11 actually. Oh, we're all 11s or 9s. That's uncanny.
No, she's 12.
That one's a 12.
Oh, with the 4.
Well,
That's right.
Well, something is a 12.
Something's a 12.
So-
It's a 12.
Something's a 12.
Something's a 12. Oh, I hope it's not the assassin.
Oh, that.
Because I haven't done something that would have been useful to do.
Yeah.
12
Yeah.
does something. Harlock, what do you do? You see these two people converging. Lady Hill is about to put their foot on the gangplank.
Terrica will, like, in their actual voice, say, "Don't touch my ship." And it will be that same deep, like warlord voice.
Okay. Harlock?
The Harlock, your go. What would you like to do?
Is there any way I can make a stupid side comment before doing something?
Absolutely.
I think the Harlock, as she and Severance are walking up, would be like, "Oh, looks like we won't have to worry about Lady Hill for too much longer." But then, I think right as like Terrica says this, I imagine this is in slow motion. Lady Hill's foot is starting to descend onto the gangplank, and then the Harlock, Lady Hill does not see them approaching from behind. The Harlock would be like, "Lady Hill," like very like loud as if calling her, and be like, "The king wishes to see you immediately."
I need you to make a deception check.
Sure can. Why, I would love nothing on social.
Yes, please.
Oh, that's
Oh,
a
shit.
That's a 15. I'm
That's a
real deceptive.
crit.
Oh,
Sixes.
yeah.
We were also Lady Hill knows that we were just solo with the king.
Yes.
Like,
Yes, that is correct.
so knows that we would have
That
been
is
coming
correct.
straight.
well,
well,
we
I
now
guess
have
it's
It's been some
nines.
weeks, but still.
We have the
Yeah.
nines get to go.
All our 9s.
The Harlock has been hanging out with the king though, just
Yes.
getting in those prince points.
I will let all of y'all choose, all of you nines. I'll have my other two nines go. Because all the rest of y'all are nines. So what would y'all like
All
to
the
do?
rest of us are 9s.
Before,
Yeah.
except for the other two nines I have, out of politeness, I'll have my nines go last.
Quint is just on standby. Was told, look, Quint has seen Star Wars Episode 2, in which Senator Padme Amidala, there was an assassination attempt on the ship, on the landing pad, or at least I heard the story. You know, the classic tale.
The classic tale.
The
Tale as
classic
old as
tale.
time.
Yep. And it was a musical, but anyways, it's good just keeping an eye out. Is just ready to jump in front of Terrica, knock Terrica aside, or stab the fuck out of somebody with an axe. And by stab, I mean murderize, probably.
Please make a roll. Please make
Yeah.
your recon roll. Intellect recon.
I'm so shite at that.
Oh,
It's gonna be
God.
intellect, jack of all trades, because I don't have recon. So we're gonna just roll for it. Whee! Keep an eye. 13. That's so good.
I might
Okay.
not die today.
I'll
Maybe.
take it.
I'm going to note that all the nines happen simultaneously. So,
Okay.
other nines.
I'm just keeping.
I'll
my
give you
I'm
the
just
result
ready
of
to-
that.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that was Terrica's move. I'll hold the rest of my action was just to like tell Lady Hill not to. Oh no,
get
there's
your
one more
action
thing they're
now.
gonna do.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
get
There's
your
one more
action,
thing
'cause
they
that
would-
was your pre-initiative action. They're stepping on the gangplank, and they're reaching out to you, like, but not in a motherly, friendly way. You know,
Oh, of
Lady
course
Hill's never
not.
motherly and friendly. So, like, Lady Hill is like reaching out towards you.
I'm about to do something real stupid.
Do it. Right. I'm gonna stab and back you up.
Oh God, this is such a bad idea. But I think this is what Terrica would do, which is they're going to continue walking forward and they're going to draw Kareem from their hip and aim it at Lady Hill. I told you it was a stupid action.
One of the nines, Lady Hill's guards, start moving forward, coming out of the crowd because they just saw some violence.
Fair.
Lady Hill, who is the other number 9.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Lady Hill,
Hill's the other
who
number
is
9.
the
So
other
one
number
guard
9.
and
Oh
Lady Hill are the
no!
number
It's
9s.
our freaking assassin. Okay, sorry. No, I don't know. Maybe. Not.
Looks at you, and with all of the arrogance that you know Lady Hill to have, puts her hand on the side of Kareen to push it aside. Like it is nothing to be worried about, because
not
they
gonna go
do
well.
not take their child very seriously.
This is
And
not going to
it
end
is
well
the
for Lady
most-
Hill.
The
You might be an orphan
most
soon.
probably triggering, sort of dismissive sort of move, just pushes it to the side to start stepping forward. And as we go to the top of the round, I'm going to tell you, Quint, what you notice.
Please do. I have so many weapons. Go on.
A glint from a window
Fuck.
Yep.
with very good sight lines.
Yep.
Right about probably where Terrica is.
What's
right
the
that
range?
cluster. Well over that way, probably like 100 or so meters.
Okay.
Probably aiming this last turn.
I'm just asking out of like the range because it just says like increments of like 5, 10. It doesn't say meters or anything. So what is the range? Out of curiosity, for no
100
reason.
meters.
100 meters. Okay, I'll look up what that is in Traveler.
It's Traveler works in meters.
Does it work in meters? So, what if my pistol with the silencer only has a range of 5 meters, and then my next one up would have range of 10 meters?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know what the range meant because I wasn't sure if it was like 5 grids or 5 hexes or whatever, and each hex is blah 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 size. Okay. I don't have a 100-meter weapon. That's a sniper rifle.
That is a sniper rifle, as a matter of fact.
Of
That is
course,
exactly
it's a
what it
freaking
is.
sniper rifle.
It's a
Yes,
sniper
that is
rifle.
exactly what it is.
Yeah, Quint's gonna Terrica just and like getting probably not like to move Terrica too much, just enough that the sword maybe slices Lady Hill's hand a little bit, and my shoulder is in the sight line, so that I'm basically like body shielding the shot.
Well, the 12 gets to go first.
Yep, and I'll just say quietly to Terrica, you need to get down there inside the ship.
That was a very calm way of saying that. Just
so
I think
calm.
Chrissy might be more excited.
excuse me, just
This is true.
if you will,
need to
just
get
at your
Like,
convenience.
if I'm like, you need to get inside the ship, it's gonna cause more havoc, is what I'm saying.
Cause havoc.
Gotta be
So-
calm so that they don't you're onto them.
Top of the round.
If anything, yeah, go on.
Oh
the shot
god.
goes off.
Yep.
Is it? Is
The
Terrica getting
person
shot?
to whom the target is, would you like to dodge? I'm sorry, that person does not realize they're about to get shot.
Nope.
The bullet rings out,
Yep.
and there's no sound because it is silenced.
It's
and
silenced.
Also 100 meters.
Oh my god.
And as Quint pushes Terrica aside, the bullet lands true
Yep.
and hits its target. And Lady Hill stands there, a bright red
Oh,
splotch
it was Lady Hill, the sassy.
starts spreading over the white gown
We're not that upset about
that
it.
she was wearing. She staggers forward, grabs your wrist, Terrica, and says, as blood comes falling out of her mouth, "My birds said it was Val." And she falls.
Can Terrica slap her on the way down?
Sure.
They do. One, like, just wind up and, like, bam, like, follow through.
And that's the end of the episode.
Oh. I imagine that's where we pick up next week. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I'm here for it.
They said it was. Oh, you don't say that to Terrica. You don't say that
What
to
if it's true?
after murdering their crew. Well, or enslaving them.
Then we hear
Hill,
Val
let's
tell
tell
you.
This is to be very so that you are clear.
Oh, yeah,
Because this is in
specific.
response. This is in response to the question you put in Lady Hill's mind.
Yep.
When you asked if Lady Hill did it, Lady Hill is telling you that it was Val.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think that would have changed. I don't think that would have changed what they did. They still would have bitch slapped Lady Hill, like, going down.
Not a good
Yes.
look.
Yes. So, it is Lady Hill, as Lady Hill is shot by a sniper, as was the order that you knew about, Terrica, that you knew about, that you
I
knew
did.
that was going to happen.
Well,
That
but it
li-
was supposed to be for Terrica.
But
Apparently
also
not.
Lady Hill was...
They were
Also Lady
unsure. Yeah, if they were
True.
gonna put the hit out on multiples. It seems like they did.
True.
But I bet there's a reason why the assassin decided not to kill the person once the ship... Anyway, so...
Oh, God.
but...
Oh, my God.
Lady Hill, with her probably, we'll have to find out what Val does, dying breath, wanted to let you know that it was actually Val who did that to your crew and your ship.
Shit. Well. It's a
Anyway,
shame that she's the one who
Then
said
Val,
it.
then Val immediately pops out of the ship. Nuh-uh.
Yeah. You believe me, right, Terrica?
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I would never do that to you.
Anyway, I suppose you can't ask her right now because of the blood coming out of her mouth.
And the
also
fact
there's
I
an assassin.
bitch slapped her.
Yeah. Your dying mother, who maybe was trying to protect you from a predator. But anyway, so, end of the episode, everybody. This is it.
These things happen. These things happen.
Oh my God. So I'm really glad that Terrica didn't have to kill their mother because I was pretty sure that was going to happen.
Well, you did just
don't
slap
have
your
to
mother
do it.
in public in front of your mother's guards when your mother was shot, causing her
not
to
a good
tumble
look.
off of the gangplank.
It's not a good look for you.
Not a good look.
It's not a good
I
look.
don't feel
We'll
like
just say
that
your
slap
reflexes are
helped.
really slow and the slap was winded up before the shot and you just, yep.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Slow
Sure.
reflexes. Yep.
Yeah. So, we're gonna give ourselves our outros, everybody.
Fuck.
Yeah. If you want, by the way, you can make an intellect deception check for me, Terrica.
I would actually really, really like to do that.
Yeah.
100%. I just need to get over to my skills where that little button is. Intellect deception.
Yes, please.
Oh.
12. Not lying to you.
Shit!
Oh. Oh boy, that'll be fun for next
That was kind of her dying thing to say, too. Just
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Ari feels guilty. Does that count? I don't think Terrica does.
No.
Little Birds told her that it was Val who did that.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I have to remember, when your ship was clearly sold out by somebody, and you had to go back to Drinax, who
Yeah.
did you stay with?
Val. Well, obviously,
Oh,
he offered me his
right.
bed, like the
Yeah.
couch in his room, one of
Yeah.
his spare
Yeah.
beds,
Interesting.
Yeah. Interesting. Huh.
so that I didn't have to go
Anyway.
back to Lady Hill. It was very
Right.
kind of him. It was very
Right.
kind of him. Does
Right.
anyone want to say
Right.
otherwise? Because I have a sword in one hand right now. Okay, good.
I'm not
Yeah.
afraid of your sword, number one. I've not seen you
Yeah.
fight, but I think I could take you. I'm the pirate champion. of number one.
First off, you could. There's no, you would take Terrica like down without a second thought, like, or
Yes.
well, oh shoot, I haven't actually rolled on that yet. Now that I'm in the warlord's body, clone.
Yeah, so anyway, they were not lying. Your mother was not lying.
Fuck! I
To
love
you.
this. That's already my love for you, Trooper.
It is true that when you went back to Drinax, you went directly to Val's room.
Yep.
Anyhow, so let's all do our outros, everybody. Let's say who we are,
Son of a bitch.
where we can find you, and I will know in terms of range and distance, and I'll get you a good map next time. I will let you know in terms of range and distance, the Harlock and Severence are much closer to where the sniper was because they're coming in. So, like, they're near that space. Just for the Harlock's knowledge. The Harlock is closest to where the sniper is. But, let's say who we are, where we can find you, and then give some love. And then also, on a score of 1 to 10, how bad do you think it looks that Terrica attacked their mother right there in front of their mother's guards? So, and also, I wonder why Lady Hill wanted to speak to Terrica without a whole retinue to say something important. I wouldn't worry about it. Let's start with...
Oh, mother!
Let's start with the Harlock, who's, along with Severus, the closest to the assassin right now. Dearest Rockhead, who are you? Where can we find you? And how bad do you think this looks on a scale from 1 to 10?
Well, hello everyone, it's me, Rockhead. And you can find me, well, as of late, mostly here. And aside from that, I'm going to be on a little bit of a break, but in July, going to have a little bit of fun going on with a couple of the people whose faces you might be able to witness here among us right now. And then, but that information will be going up when it is open to going up, Trooper, ... But yeah, aside from that, next thing I want to answer is how bad does it look? I would say, so on the whole, initially one might think it looks fairly bad. On a scale of 1 to 10, I might say, geez, maybe a 9. but, media is everything, and the king had made it clear that he really wants Terrica to be a part of the crew. And honestly, I feel like if the media, the news goes out that, like, you know, it didn't quite look like that, because how many people were there to see it with their own eyeballs, really?
Yeah,
you know,
certainly. Yeah, absolutely.
you know, I mean, maybe what really happened is that there was some sort of reunion happening, and then, you know, they were Terrica actually caught a glint of something and was pulling out a gun to help defend
Perhaps,
against
yeah.
this horrific situation.
Yeah.
And because they're not going to know, like, the people don't know either, you know.
That's true.
And then not knowing who was being shot at, Lady Hill went and tried to shield her daughter and all this stuff. It's beautiful. It's
Sure.
just tears
Absolutely.
were cried,
Yeah.
heroes were made.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's,
Yeah.
I think, how it will be spun, because politically speaking, I think Terrica is too valuable to not have that happen. So
I wonder how
that's-
Terrica will feel about that.
I don't know that the king's really going to care. Terrica feels about,
True, actually.
to be fair. And if it's between that, like, if it's between piloting the gambler and being in prison, I think Terrica will find a way to cope.
Yeah.
is my guess.
Wonder what
But as
Terrica's
far
dad will say
as
about all this.
I don't even think I've ever heard 2 words from that guy, so I don't really know. Oh, you Terrica's actual dad or
I meant
That is a
more
great
general.
question.
But you know what? I'm sure Severance won't care. so, so anyway, as per love, first I'm gonna throw some love to Cord. That monologue was epic. I'm one of the reasons why I'm super glad that I'm the first to go, because I get to call it out first. But monologue was fantastic, that he gave to the king. Covered things that once he said, I was like, yes, I do remember that happening, but would not have been able to just kind of pull out of the ether. And also coupled, Cord always has the greatest like vocal effects, and coupled with like the hall room echo, I thought that was really wonderful. Yeah, and then Ari, question mark. I loved, and I want to say this in a couple different ways. I loved the conversation that happened with Evan and with Wesley, mostly because I didn't have to have that conversation. Because I was hearing
that.
I was hearing this happen, and I was like, "Ooh, thank goodness!"
It's not me.
That's not a conversation I want to be having. I don't like when people are disappointed with me.
I almost handed it over to Quint, honestly. And then I was like, Terrica wouldn't do that. I was like, Terrica wouldn't do that. They would take the fall for
Everything else was handed over to Quint for the past 3 months.
It's
so
true.
I don't know.
Quint literally held the ship together in a lot of ways.
And that's great. That's great. I just witnessing that, I was like, if it were me, Rocket, here's a peek into the world, I would be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Fall to the floor, like, oh my god, you know. So I think that was handled well. And also, I think it was really nice because it gave me a chance to think about, like, okay, I've seen how this is unfolding now. How can I go into Harlock brain and be like, how could I address this from this point, right? Like, this is a conversation that's already happened. How can I build on that and not lose one of my favorite beings to ever exist? It's Evan. And because I feel like on first pass, if that first came up, I probably would have had the same approach that Terrica did. And I'm like, I don't think that's the right approach to take with him, though. I think he needs something else. And I think the Harlock can do that, but I needed to be able to see this and watch it happen to be like, okay, I'm getting the vibe here.
Please save us.
I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sure it will be fine. So, yeah. And Lindy, I will say one small moment. And this is just a little tack on to the actual love I have to give. We all kind of go onto our away screens for like the majority of the time we're not there. Lindy, you were hanging out for a really long time, like,
I love that.
Which is totally fine. I just love that you left the moment that, like, we got into the Kings, and the King was like, I'm not happy, and Lindy's like, oh shit, I'm fucking that I thought was amazing. An amazing just little flair. But yeah, I just like I unfortunately was not able to see all of the ways in which Quint handled the things that needed handling. But like, even just in this moment of, like, again, going back to that conversation with Ari and like Ari versus the people, the ways that Quint supports in that role, I think is so powerful. And such, it's in general in role play, it's such an amazing thing to be able to like have really good support moments, because it's really, I don't want to say it's easy, but like we love getting up and being like, yes, me, look at me, look how I do this, you know. And like I think it can be a lot harder as a performer to step into a support role and be really strong with it. And like, yeah, you are really like adding some really key things into that conversation. But also letting Terrica have the space of being like the main, which to be fair, that seemed like a real unpleasant space. I don't know that I would have wanted to step into it, but you know.
I would have preferred Quint to be in it.
But then Trooper. Also, I say it all of the time, but like the way you bring so much heart into these conversations is almost upsetting. You know, you're able to bring these really touching moments where, man, like the stuff that Evan was talking about, I was like, oh, partially that's on me for not ever asking about his backstory. And to be fair, he's usually busy with stuff. He's usually not like hanging out with the rest of us.
Right.
But at the same time, like he's bringing up like, you know, oh, this stuff, everyone thinks I'm a baddie, and you know, I've tried really hard not to do that. And I was like, oh man, one of the reasons I'm glad I wasn't there, because one of my first responses will be like, well, now you can just step into it. Now you don't have to just like be one of us. And that's also
it's one of the reasons why he's always so impeccably dressed. He's always so impeccably dressed.
And
because he doesn't want people to think he's a pirate.
That. I love that so much. And okay, I'm gonna stop.
No, he is the sharpest Vargur Wolfman of my dreams, and no one will pry him from my cold dead hands. So, but yeah, the conversation, just learning more about him, and then the way that you're able to craft this conversation with Wesley too, and have it just be so like it's as if it were script written. And I don't know how much you prepared before. I didn't think so, but like you always bring it in such a way that's like it's the exact right wording for that moment to like evoke the most heartbreak possible. And that's a skill that you have. So it's uncanny.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
It's great. So that's me.
Okay. I'm going to go next to Laugh Love Lindy, who I love, I laugh at and with, and who I have also Lindied with. Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you next? And on a scale from 1 to 10, how screwed do you think Terrica is?
Hi, I'm Lindy. Laugh, love, Lindy. Hi. Okay, I have two answers. One's short term and one's long term. Short term, like an 8. Long term, like a 3. I feel like it's not gonna have much in the long term. In the short term, it's gonna be like, ooh, it's a little hot. You're gonna have to be really extra nice here for a little bit. Maybe you just, we'll put a nice spin on it. You did just yell at her not to touch your ship. We'll say you were really upset from the engagement. You heard about the wedding thing. We could put a spin on it. That's my answer. So like a 7.5 now, a 3 later. It's not very much. My love for tonight. I'm gonna go with Cord first. And it's actually something that happened in our chat. And it's, I swear if they spaced Kareen and not Quint, Severance would be pissed. Don't worry. Kareen is still, as far as we know, alive. Karina just had enough of the bullshit that was happening and was going to permanently leave the crew forever. But I may have talked her into waiting a month and thinking about it. She's on leave right now on Torpol. It was bad. But yeah, it's fine. Don't worry, Kareen's not dead and no one got spaced. I also adored.
She just left.
She just left, and I barely managed to talk her into waiting before perma leaving.
Quint was amazing. in that moment.
It was all out of luck. It was so bad. It was so bad. But anyways, I also loved him getting the statements and being like, my pay. Wait, well maybe it's for this. We'll talk about it later. Like I just love imagining him getting like repeated because he probably got like two out of the three epics that we did, and got to see that we weren't seeping money left and right, so that's nice. Maybe I'm not too much of a disappointment. That was my goal, is to not have Severance hate Quint more after this, and I think we're the same, which is okay. So I love that. My love for Rocket was every time you interjected with the king, you're like, may I intrude, Your Majesty? It was like, just so like, but if I may. And it just tickled me because it was so fancy yet so like kind of rude at the same time, and I just fucking loved it. Because you're like, I'm gonna interject here, and I don't care was the attitude, but the words were so pleasant. And I just
that's my
it.
tagline: fancy but kind of rude at the same time.
I loved it. I thought it was fabulous, and obviously the king likes you because nothing bad happened. So yeah, I thought that was great. That was my little love, is every time you said that, I was like, oh, I love it. And then I love Greg, even though I'm sure you're terrible, terrible, terrible machinations and maybe worse things in the background. I heart you, not your character. And then,
I am just noting that Terrica did end up over at Val's place.
That sure is interesting.
Isn't it?
My love for Terrica was basically being like, Quint, I don't want to give this talk alone, even though I only gave you this official talk, like, not that long ago, about all the shit we're supposed to have been doing and things, and Quint's like, fine, okay, yeah, I'll help round everybody up for this talk that I don't want to be here for, but I will be here for, on top of everything. Quint's got, like, little bags under the eyes. Quint's been
running ragged, honestly. Yeah,
too many jobs.
Quint deserves a break after this.
And was totally worth using. I'm so glad I rolled well to see where that shot was coming from, because if it hadn't been for Lady Hill, that would have been you. And it was a toss-up. It was a coin toss as to who they were going to aim for. And I said I'd bodyguard you, so you better get your ass back on that ship so I can chase that person down. That's all
I wonder if, maybe the assassin was trying to go for Terrica and was just really bad at their job.
No, we know that's not true.
We know it's not true. Or he was going for who was easiest to hit because his job was to hit either or both. I don't know. We gotta hunt them down.
Maybe.
So that was
Capture
my love.
him.
Was just the unwilling conversation, but having it and getting so emotional. And I'm just trying to be like, but look at the bright side. We're not the worst. Maybe. That was fun. And of course, Trooper, my love for you is for stirring all of the pot. All of the pot stirring. Stir. And Evan took it actually rather better than I thought he was going to. Quint, I thought it was going to go about that well. Quint thought it was going to go way worse. Because Quint actually got to know Evan pretty well during this period of trials and tribulations and so much space sickness. And I can't wait for next week for the finale when I'm sure everything's going to be fine. Because at least Terrica's alive for now. Gonna hunt down an assassin, hopefully, maybe. Fingers crossed. But yeah, you can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in GM Tabletop RPGs. You can find me next on Jay Britton's channel on Tuesday afternoon for some Pendragons, A Dark Ages Cthulhu. We're in Wales. We've teamed up with some druids, and I think we're in for some really bad times soon. Because there's a forest corrupting from within, and you're not supposed to touch any of it, but I hear it's real drippy. So that's going to be fun. And then on my channel, Tuesday night, for Ghost of Saltmarsh, we're doing Danger at Dunwater, and they're going to try diplomancy with some bullywugs and some lizard folks, and I don't think it's going to go well. So that'll be fun. And then on Wednesday, with Trooper as facilitator for Reading Between the Lines, or Reading Between the Lines, our Good Society campaign that is, it is already, like, 10,000 on the Scoville rating. I'm not even gonna lie. We only had one session so far. So it'll be our session 2, which will be our downstairs character creation session, and I'm sure it's gonna be even spicier somehow than the upstairs was. How? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll get there. And then, of course, here next Friday for our finale for the season. That's me. Did I forget anything? I don't think I did.
No. Next up, Ari, who are you? where can we find you? And on a scale from 1 to 10, how screwed do you think Terrica is? And then I have a follow-up question, depending on what you answer. And it's going to be a follow-up question just to go and stir the pot.
Just a little pot stirring, just for fun. Okay, well, I'm going to start with my love, which was you stirring the pot by having Lady Hill say that her little birds told her that it was Val that did this, and that she believed it. So at the very least, Terrica knows that it wasn't Lady Hill who did this. Doesn't rule out Marrymore, but still. Anyway, so that was... I did not expect that. It blew my mind, and I love it so much. Like, just all the love for that trooper. I mean, there were so many other things in this episode that were just fantastic, but that particular piece gave Ari, the player, so much joy and delight because there's so many fun things to play with in there. Oh, man. Okay, wait, hang on. I'll do all of the other things, and then I'll come back to the rest of the love because my brain is in 10 places right now. Hi. I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online here next Friday. And you can also find me live in Seattle tomorrow night if you want to see Theater Sports, which is the longest running comedy show in Seattle. I will be judging, which means I will get to throw numbers whenever people do art, as if I am some sort of high fluting something or another. And sometimes I can honk a horn, which is also just kind of fun. You can also find me, let's see, what do I have coming up? Mouth Wide Shut, which is a mimed show. And we start rehearsals this Sunday, and then the show opens in the beginning of July on Fridays and Saturdays. And you can also find me on Sundays, starting mid-July through mid-August, in a show called Impossible Loves, which is all about what happens if a paranormal creature of some kind falls in love with a human creature, and there's all of the tension that exists between human knows or doesn't know or all those things. I feel like there's something else. Nope, can't talk about that yet. Later. You'll learn about that later.
That's what I DM you about, by the way.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay, I wondered. Cool. Anywho, all the love. Man, Rocket Fox, your moment there were a couple of things in that exchange with the king that were just really super delightful. But the piece that I really appreciated was the fact that throughout the entire moment, the Harlock was just eating food, as they're in the middle of this great hall having a conversation with the king. And then they're just they're having food. But the other piece that I was oh, do I want to give love about that? Or do I want to give, it was the memory that you gave at the beginning of the episode and connecting Terrica and the Harlock closer. And without even knowing all of this work that Trooper and I have been doing about colors and things like that, you decide that your jumpsuit is this black color, which has a very specific meaning for Terrica. And I was this is just I don't know what kind of magic you do, but that was pretty magical. So thank you for that. But all the love. Oh, also for helping me figure out how to make this do this. It worked really well. Thank you. And I both worry about that. Also, I have a question for you about something that happened earlier and if I could have done something or not. So I will ask you that later.
What's the question?
Could I have pulled the side points not from Terrica, but from the brooch? When they went to go after their mom?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's all I need to know.
The answer is yes.
Dark side.
That's exciting for a lot of reasons. For me, the player. Terrica doesn't know yet. I think it's probably actually pretty bad for Terrica. But anyway, here we go. Oh, Lindy. Honestly, and I know that Rocket talked about the little interjections that you did and the support that you did for Terrica within that scene. So I'm not going to reiterate that, but I do have a lot of love for that because I was I literally did want to throw it to you. I did not want to have that conversation. Like, Ari, the role
know
player,
you
did
didn't.
not want to have that conversation. But I was like, Terrica would not have somebody else clean up what they consider to be their mess.
Also, Quint would not. I don't think Quint would have done it because Quint barely knew until recently that was what we're
Right.
supposed to be doing, and so it's like I'm not gonna be the one to tell people. If they ask
Right.
questions, I won't know what's up.
I mean, totally fair. But you kept, like, you did the interjections and the support and the care, and it was. But my love for you is actually is the fact that, like, you had Quint being right there as Terrica was walking down the gangplank, and you were on the spot for, like, being the bodyguard because Ari didn't think that they were going to get shot down the second they walked off the gangplank. So I really appreciate that. Like, just, I think Terrica's alive today right now because of the decisions that you made with Quint, and I wholeheartedly appreciate that. So thank you. And then for Cord, oh my gosh. I know the speech has already been said, but I can't not.
It's really good.
It was so good. And then the like back and forth, this like casual connected familiarity between the Harlock and Severence that we're starting to see. And it's just but the real piece, if I was to like nail a specific piece, was and tie it back to like the things that gave me like this little piece of joy, was Severance rounding on the Harlock and being like, you just stood by while like they talk about marriage for Terrica. You know that's gonna drive them mad. And then the Harlock being like, we're not gonna change this marriage thing with this one person that's here. Like, it was that moment of like the familiarity between them. But like it's another piece where I think we saw Severance reaching out to like, or not reaching out, but just like he's got this protectiveness of Terrica, and I don't know where it came from, but I think it is very sweet, and it might save Terrica because honestly, they're, I think, to answer your question, Trooper, in a real bad spot right now. Like, I think there's ways that we can talk out of this, and you know, Lindy talked about a couple of them earlier. I think
So many ways.
like, and realistically, if you just do an autopsy on the body, the bullet came from the back. Like, it's going to be real
And they've
obvious
got
Terrica
great
didn't
technology.
murder. Yeah.
They
So,
do.
like, there's no way Terrica is going to get this murder pinned on them. The question
Unless somebody
is
wanted to.
spinning, unless someone wanted to. The question is really spinning the bitch slap, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I've got a quick question. My
Okay.
pot stirring question. So how do you think Terrica would feel, going back to something that the Rockette said, that if this is really not a problem because of all of their privilege as a noble? I'm just asking.
Honestly, they are not going to be happy about that. I don't know how they're going to react though. Because there's a lot that is happening right now, including the fact that they're apparently about to get married.
Which they don't know yet.
Yeah,
I'm
we
so
don't know about
excited.
that one yet.
Which they don't. They have no clue. So like I don't know how they're going to react or how they're going to handle that, especially coming from, and I'll just note, coming from this space of the last couple of times they've taken leadership, it's gone very horribly for whoever has been under their command. And on top of all of that, like they lost their ability to like pilot the way that they, like the last time they stepped up, right? They didn't have that ability. So not only are we going to be in this position where potentially their nobility will save them, but they don't have anything else to lean on. I think that will be interesting to see what happens and how they deal with that, because I don't know.
And I'm Trooper SJP. I'm not going to say anything yet because I've got tips and bit messages to read out. But I do like to stir the pot a little bit. So we got 500 bits from Hawkeye. Thank you, Hawkeye, who says, "Say it ain't so. The season ending so soon." Will the antagonists reunite? Will Quint lose her job as purser? Are there
No.
any passengers left? And most importantly, Where is the rest of the Tablasto sauce? That's a very good question.
That's
Yes.
we've been
might have
rationing.
taken it.
It helps that Kareen and the Harlock aren't here, but I've been
That's
trying
true,
to
because then it goes
make
a lot
How
slower.
could I-
Tablasto sauce costs go down because I've been purser and I wanted to impress Severance. It's fine.
Oh, can I give some love to Hawkeye for that song he wrote in Discord? Because, like,
Yes.
holy
Yes.
cow, man.
Yes.
If you're not in
Absolutely.
Troopers Discord, like, it's worth it. It's worth it. That's all I'll say.
Then we got a $20 tip from Rissa, our mod, who says, I can't believe the season's nearly over. Will there be a wedding or a funeral? Or both for the finale? It's a good question. There might be more than one of something.
2 funerals and a wedding.
Hey!
You know, anyhow, I'm going to just say some provocative things at the end. Also, we got a lovely 100 bits from Stormbender27, who says, big props to everyone. Amazing episode. Thank you. Thank you. I have the best cast. And then also 100 bits from Will and TW, who says, that was intense. All these good people fighting out the gambler may not be the good people they seem. Yeah, that's true. So, here's some stuff to share. I'm troopersjp, and I love this crew. This was the penultimate episode of this season, and we will be having a season 5, where I imagine they'll be doing a lot more piracy, since the king was like, "You got to do more piracy." So. Let me see. Oh, you can find me. What is today? Today is Friday. You can find me on Monday at 8:30. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I have to do this 2 different ways. You can find me on Monday 2 different places, 2 different times. You can find me on Monday at like 2 p.m. Eastern on The Wandering Inn for Overgrown, I think it's a 4 or a 6-part miniseries that's sort of Redwall inspired, and we're all animals, and I'm a rabbit. Well, actually, I'm a hare who's a bit too old for this. You know, I've got my costume pieces over there. And then you can find me at 8:30 p.m. Eastern over at Wandering DM's channel, which will be the series finale of Montreal by Night. My vampires... You'll just have to see. And then, of course, Wednesday at 8:30. Why does it say 7:30? Weird. At 8 p.m. over on Call Time. Laugh Love Lindy's for the downstairs section of our Good Society game. And then we'll be back here on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern for the season finale of The Gamblers. And I'm going to say a couple of things. 1, a very flashy ship, the Elaine, that belonged to Marrymore, showed up on the floating palace.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who might have been working for Marrymore would surely have known what that meant.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Or at least what they thought they knew what that meant. Anyhow.
Oh no. That's worse, Trooper.
Oh, I know it is. And you don't even know how much worse it is. You'll find out soon. So.
Oh no. Oh no.
Wee.
Because Terrica used a certain voice.
Anyhow, it's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't worry about it. Anyhow.
Shit.
I'm excited for you all to go and finish the family reunion and to find out a couple of things about Lady Hill's plans or not plans. And I'm very excited for that, so that's some love there. For the Harlock, I was very excited that the "you can win my daughter's hand in marriage if you do the big quest" got to be for the Crown Prince and the Harlock, because I'm just saying. Now, but my favorite part about that was when the Harlock gave the look to Severance, being like, well, I mean,
I ship that more.
I thought that was awesome.
That look says, I mean, you've seen the king and the former queen, right? Like, I mean, come on, like, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous.
Don't be jealous of my boogie. But I love that little look. That was great. And you got to have a little bit of a little bit more of King Olib's plans for the Harlock. But also, the fact that it went so well that you convinced him that you did not just murder the pirate queen for no reason, which really colored the
I
rest
was
of that
real
conversation.
glad that worked out.
As well
Me
as you
too.
should. Yeah. I want to go and give some love to Ari for the warlord voice, which, again...
No. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't think Terrica would have done it any differently, but oh, no.
And, Quint, Lindy, I have love for you as well. And my love for you is when you decided to go and protect Terrica. That's
what I said I'd do.
Yeah, but you didn't have to. But you did. And I just wanted to give you some love for that moment. And I'm very excited for when you go to meet the king of Drinax, because he wants to see all of the crew now. He has a vested interest in seeing all of y'all. I also have to give love to Cord. And this is what I'm going to give love to Cord for. I'm not going to put it in the Discord. Some of y'all are going to have to do it. So, Severance had this great speech, and the king was not having it. The king was like, nope, I'm bantering with you. And it didn't deter Severance from going where he needed to go, while remaining respectful, he was able to, project a love for Drinax that I think that he's probably the person who loves Drinax the most. And it was
100%.
the way that he handled the king that got the king's respect, right? That he's like, I'm going to rattle you. I'm going to poke at you. I'm going to be a little bit big thunderous king in front of Lady Hill, and I'm going to see how you behave. And he behaved well. And so there was a particular love that I wanted to give to Cord, who was able to play I had my great plan, but it was interrupted, but I can still, in the way in which Cord was able to adapt to that and actually make the situation better through the ways in which he dealt with the interruptions was chef's kiss. And I really want to thank Greg, who's not here because he has the plague, for waking up those 3 small children and then not putting them back into labor. So
and
that
not
those
having to
small
deal with
son
them
of a-
at all because he hasn't been
Literally.
here the past 2 weeks.
Literally. I just want to note that with love,
And I think that the reason why Greg did not show up these last 2 weeks is because he just didn't want to deal with the children. He wanted to give them
You
to
know,
you
deal with
as
the
a
kids.
present.
He's like, I got kids
Yep.
of my own. Why would I deal with fake kids
Right?
too?
So
I got
my
words.
words. Next week is our
Same
finale
next
for
week.
this season, which will sort of wrap up, I suppose, their time on Drinax. And in this time, there are some questions that I have to look forward to. 1, the wedding that Terrica doesn't know about.
Oh, God.
2, the king meeting Quint, and Quint meeting the king.
Oh no!
3,
I don't wanna.
what choices our undercover Zodani is going to make on round 2 of our combat, and do they involve doing things in front of witnesses or not?
You know what people don't see.
There are
People don't
people
have
looking.
to know about.
There are
Yeah,
people
but
looking.
people may not see what happens in the mind. I'm just saying.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, we'll find out. I am excited for that. For that gloriness. So I want to know what are the closest people to the assassin going to do? You know, the Harlock and Severence. I want to know. I want the conversation between Evan and the Harlock. I want the professor's presentation to the king.
Oh, yeah, that too.
I want Terrica and their dad to have a conversation.
What? Ugh. Terrica has not had a conversation with a father figure yet. I don't think we need to start that now.
Well, I mean, someone has to tell him that his wife was assassinated.
Oh, never mind. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, let's. And the Harlock actually did some thievery in the Hill estate way back when, and I did not forget that. There are many things I have not forgotten. And I cannot wait for Duke Caspian Hendricks to go and see Terrica. That's who I'm excited for him to see. Certainly not anybody else.
Why would he be excited to see? Why would you be excited for him to see anyone else? I don't.
Yeah.
I'm excited for him to see somebody else.
Oh no.
My friends, I'm excited for Love Octangles. And so here we go, everybody. That's me. That's where you can find us. Everybody, thank you. Thank you for supporting us. We will see you next week. And next week is going to be our explosive finale. And I'll tell you what, I don't know where they're going to end up at the end of next session. If it will be down on the surface of Drinax or out in the stars. I suppose we'll find out, everyone.
Or still in the Golden Palace.
Right?
Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe Terrica doesn't leave the gambler. Or the brig. That's true. Been fun, guys. Take care.
Ciao.